everybody. Thanks for coming. Steph, Sour Milk, hi. I'm a Clova. I'm calling your mother. I'm still laughing about that video. Yeah, I'm trying to work on a part two by by popular demand. So I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're having a great weekend. Just press the one if you can hear me okay, if the audio is fine. I'll try to mute as I chomp on chips. I made good timing tonight. I've been away for the weekend. Um, Traffic wasn't as bad as I thought. So, great. Okay. Thanks, Steph. All right. Sour milk. Great. So everyone can hear me fine. So, what we're going to do tonight, we're going to listen to another podcast. And let me just, okay, this podcast is by a clinical licensed social worker. Her name is Jackie Pack. She's from Utah. And in the description, I put her website in there. They do offer resources as far as if you're looking for counseling for trauma related, or, if you have or had a mother that is or was narcissistic and you suffered from that. She has resources where you can actually see a licensed psychologist or an expert who is trained in helping with the trauma or just the recovery part of it. She and once you start listening to her, you'll understand. She's like she's not a life coach. She is a licensed social worker, but she her approach to therapy is a little bit different. It's not as deep and as intense as, say, what a psychologist would see you for. Hi, Buddy Cat. Thanks for being here. So I've had several people ask me, if I could discuss and learn along with you. I am not an expert in psychology. So a lot of this, even though I'm learning myself on my own and doing some research, several people have asked me to discuss the role of the child who has or had, whether their mom is or dad are alive or dead, of a narcissistic parent. And, and we're going to learn their characteristics, put our detectometers on, and the effects that the behaviors from a narcissistic parent has on a child that very well often develops issues later on in their adulthood. Okay. Mainly two big things are anxiety and low self-esteem. Those are some of the effects that a child can grow up or develop even as a child, having very low or no self-esteem. Hey, Dee Dee's Life Happening. How are you? Dee Dee, I saw your live stream, and thank you again for coming on my live stream the other night. I do appreciate it. I wanted to leave a comment, but sometimes when I go to leave a comment, I get that round buffering thing going on, and it happens periodically, so I can't leave a comment. But I wanted to say thank you. I appreciated, your knowledge with the topic of narcissism. It's very, very helpful. After the podcast, there is a link pinned to the top, okay, of the comment box. So if anyone wants to come up and discuss the narcissistic parent, or if you've experienced a narcissistic parent, or have any questions regarding this topic, feel free to take the link. All I ask is that you cam up in the green room very briefly so I know it's you, so it's not a troll. That does happen periodically, unfortunately. Hi, Tonda. Did I miss anyone? Hello. Okay. All right. So, hold on. Let's see. Okay. So I'm just gonna she's going to discuss this in her podcast, but I wanted to briefly go over this as well. Um, you know, how do narcissistic parents see their children as? Okay. So basically, a narcissistic parent sees their children as an extension of themselves. So as long as you mean no threat to your narcissistic mother or father, and as long as you can make them proud, they are okay towards you, or they will continue to ignore you. But the moment the child becomes difficult or doesn't meet the narcissistic parent's expectations, then become an obstacle, which is a problem most narcissistic parents don't like to deal with. So, unfortunately, for the narcissistic parents, um, basically, their children aren't their authentic self. Okay, and with any child, it's important for their development to to explore, so they can develop. They have their own needs, their own desires, but instead, their children should do whatever they think is important and whatever makes them feel proud. But there is an exception. You have the golden child versus scapegoat. Okay. So some narcissistic parents will treat their child, son or daughter, as the golden child who can do no wrong, right? They're the smartest, they're the best at everything they can do. Um, and this is what the narcissistic parent believes and enforces in their child. And that in itself can have its own repercussions over time. So the golden child is the extension of a narcissistic parent. Um, so according to the narcissist, their child, he or she is perfect. So the extension of themselves, the golden child, must be perfect too. Are you following? Hey, my crazy life. Hi, voices in your head. Thanks for coming. And then you have the child that is referred to by the narcissistic parent or as the scapegoat, okay, of the family. So everything the scapegoat does is wrong, not as good as they should be, and always has to take the blame, even if they aren't the ones to blame. Okay. And even if the parent knows they're not the one to blame, they'll still blame the child that they've deemed the scapegoat. So, and what the scapegoat stands for, everything that isn't perfect in their family. So that child has no chance at being good at anything because the child represents all that's wrong and bad, according to the narcissistic parent. So a narcissistic is perfect according to him or herself. So whenever things don't go that well, it has to be because of someone else. So, in other words, the parent isn't taking accountability. So, it's easier to blame the child because, again, a narcissistic parent sees the child as an extension of themselves. Okay. And they wear two masks. Um, in public, they're like the soccer mom. They're social, charming, funny, friendly. Um, they look like they're confident, um, and they get a lot of attention from other parents, um, and that's exactly what a narcissist looks for, right? So if you don't admire them or praise them, they're not going to like you. So, but at home, they become completely different, almost like when we discussed the other night, the covert narcissist, right? The love bombing, the fake persona on the outside in public. Um, And home is where children are most often emotionally, mentally, and even sometimes physically harmed. Um, and they do this because it makes them feel good about themselves. It makes them feel powerful, in control, and superior to you or to the child. And they, even with a child, and it's weird, it's like these are your kids, but that's what a narcissist does. They need to feed their ego, even off their own children. Um, but the moment you pose a threat to them, you stand out in something, or you don't behave in the way that they want you to, they will punish you. And that's what makes it so difficult for the child. So they don't know when you behave the way um, your narcissistic parent will want you to. So it's basically these children are walking on eggshells all the time. They're afraid to do any little thing because they're not sure if it will enrage, their parent. And it's something that's, you could feel the tension in their home because of this. And things can change from one moment to the next very quickly. And some ways of punishing their children, they'll ignore their child, they'll threaten their child, making you feel guilty. Um, or they'll just continue with their excessive parental control. So one thing, other ways that they abuse their children, they lie to their child. So they make the child feel like they can't be trusted. They neglect the child's needs, ignoring the child. So it makes the child feel as if the child is no importance to them. Uh, they ignore the personal boundaries the child has. They make sure the child becomes dependent of the parent. They manipulate and punish for pleasure, being very inconsequent, saying A today and saying B tomorrow. So the parent changing their mind, not being consistent, using everything you share with them against you sooner or later. They insult the child, they deny the child's identity, they make the child feel like he or she is insane. They make the child start doubting themselves, and that's gaslighting. And they make the child feel guilty for not listening to or obeying the parent, or to obtain something like an allowance or a favor. Okay. And this often leads into adulthood, because you've totally injured or taken away their self-esteem, and that's so important to a child's growth and development. um, it can develop complex PTSD, a negative self-image, codependency, intense shame, an underdeveloped identity, so they have to ignore their own needs and desires, not able to love unconditionally, having major trust issues, anxiety, often very unhealthy relationships, which are partners. They usually pick partners that resemble the narcissistic parent. And sometimes they become narcissistic themselves, but not always. They often become narcissistic themselves, especially if they were the golden child. And that's basically the spoiled child. So we think of these children as always being neglected, but if you also spoil a child, you can create a little narcissist. Um, so, and of course, self-recovery is very important. So I'm going to play this podcast. Does anyone have any questions? Right, D. Yep, they will blame the child for doing exactly what they, as the narcissistic parent, is doing. Okay, so I'll be in chat. Okay, if anyone has any questions or whatnot, just I'll pause. If I do mute, oh, I can't mute. I'll have to climb under my bed to eat some chips so you won't hear me. Okay. All right, let me find this. All right, let's just make sure. Okay. Can anyone identify with these characteristics of a narcissistic parent? Soak the chips in wine and suck them. Oh, voices, that's a very good idea. Thank you. I just need wine. I'm not a drinker, but that does sound good. Thanks, voices in your head. I'm really glad that you're here, that all of you are here. I think, like I said before, I think it's important. We all know by now we cannot change a narcissist. We cannot change their behavior. So I think it's very important as a society that we recognize these disorders, that we learn to recognize them and put safeguards in place. And for those who have been affected by a narcissist, thankfully there are resources out there. There's a lot of therapy. There's more understanding, and surround yourself. I always say this: surround yourself with good, loving, supportive people especially who have had similar experiences, because you are not alone. So it's important. Recovery should be in the forefront. Escaping the narcissist, if you can, and I know many people aren't able to for several different reasons. It can be very dangerous. For one of them, at times it's all individual. Oftentimes there are children involved. Oftentimes the spouse is financially dependent on the other person, so it's not always easy. But I think if we start recognizing these disorders and understanding it, we can at least start the recovery process of healing. And those of you who grew up with a narcissistic parent, to find that child within and start healing and start finding your identity that was taken away from you, and to build up your self-esteem that was taken away from you. It's horrible. It's horrible. Last time I addressed some mistreatment on my channel, there was retaliation through silent treatment. Yeah, that's one of the signs of our narcissism. It's that making you feel guilty, like, what did I do wrong? The silent treatment. I completely understand that. Voices, me too. Not personally, at work, um, a friend, but living with one, married to one. Uh, Never had a parent like this. I can't imagine. I can't. Um, at least if you deal with someone at work, or a partner that you're not married to, you can leave. There's some relief, even if it's for a day. But when you're married to someone, or you have a parent who's a narcissist, it's just like it was explained earlier, walking on eggshells. Hi, Tavita. Good to see you. Okay, so we're going to start this podcast. It's about 45 minutes long, okay? It's by Jackie Pack. She is from Utah. In the description is her web page. There are resources there, and online therapy is becoming quite mainstream now, where you don't, you could, if your insurance covers it, or if you can pay out of pocket, you can basically go to anybody, anywhere in the country, for support, for therapy. So it's just a matter of research. And if you don't find a therapist that you feel comfortable with, if that's what you need, you have the right to switch that therapist. It's very important that you establish a comfortable and trusting relationship with your therapist. Hi, Zelda. How are you? And when this is over, the link is pinned to the top. So let's start. And happy almost Halloween, everybody. Okay, where did it go? Uh-oh. I just gotta search for it. I think I lost it. Oh, here we go. I've got it. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it okay. Oh, let me
recognize or may some traits. They will find maybe very dynamic, do it in different ways than men do it, right? Because a woman in a patriarchal structure isn't going to be recognized or accepted the way that a man is for these very same traits. 2, 1. So hopefully that makes sense. So in some ways, research shows that men and women express narcissism the same. There's common traits among the genders. And then there's also some traits of narcissism that the genders express differently. So both are defined in both genders. Narcissism is defined as people who have a grandiose idea of themselves, which actually masks their low self-esteem. So the outward expression is an inflated version of themselves, right? So on the outside, they look great. They look perfect. They may be very dynamic and look like they have everything together. And we'll talk about this in the next episode, some of the underneath, like what's actually going on. But they're going to present an inflated version of themselves outward, which they believe is better than anyone around them. And they'll often treat others with contempt. Now, this contempt may be subtle, or it may be quite overt. It may be very obvious and big, depending on the situation and what the narcissist feels they can get away with. So both genders of narcissists are completely self-interested, and they're only going to do something if they see that it will benefit them. So let me give an example, because sometimes it may, again, I think, look a little bit differently for the genders. So women may, especially moms, right? Women who are mothers, it's going to look like they do a lot to benefit their kids. So one of the examples I'll use when I'm talking to women who maybe were raised by a narcissistic mother, we'll talk about how maybe the mom was always running the kids everywhere, right? Kids were involved in multiple sports, dance, gymnastics, right? The kids were kind of overscheduled, but mom was getting something out of that. Even though she may complain kind of on the surface to maybe friends or stuff about how she's always running the kids everywhere and she's so busy, part of that is coming out as a martyr, right? Like, look at everything I'm doing for everybody else and I'm having to suffer, when in actuality they're really getting a lot of hits out of having their kids involved in everything, and they're actually pretty involved. So they may be talking to the coach, or they may be talking to the dance teacher, and they're really trying to help their child, right? Sometimes even more than the child is interested. So you may see a child get burned out, right? They're over scheduled, they're over involved in things, and the child may say like, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. And that's really not an option, right? And that's where we start to see that this isn't about the child. The child's not the one pushing their success or their involvement in certain things. It's actually the mom who needs them to do this so that she's looking better. So research indicates that one of the differences between males and females is that often for men, the narcissism is much more about power and control. Whereas for women, it's much more about them looking good. Now, if you know much about like a patriarchal structure, right, that really falls in line with some of the indications of a patriarchal structure, right? Like women may not openly be able to have power and control, and so they may not seek that, right? They're going to seek that in a much more subtle or covert way, right? So there's this, I don't really have a lot of power and control, when actually the female does have a lot of power and control, but it's not as obvious as how men can use. And
Clover. Clover says she believes her mom was a narcissist. I feel bad for even thinking that because she passed away. Yes, the guilt, right? Like if you think or know your mom or dad is or was a narcissist, that in itself is tough. That's your mom, right? That's your dad. But that's part of the guilt that they instilled in you, and what you need to recognize that it is not your fault, and it doesn't mean you love your mom any less. Okay. um that's who she was. um but that's the problem with narcissistic parents, is they're very good at guilt shaming their children. So when you end up in adulthood, you're still thinking, I feel guilty or bad that I would even think that of my mom. But part of the recovery in therapy is to get your self esteem back, to realize that, you are not at fault. Nothing you did, you were a child, um, created your mom to act the way that she did toward you. Okay. It's just, and I get it. It's got to be hard because it's like it's our mom, especially if they've passed, you know. But that's part of working on your self esteem. Where did it go? I just paused it. Oh no. All right, let me try this again. Okay. Oh gosh, I paused it. It goes all the way back to the beginning. Shoot. Okay.
and big, depending on so much about like a patriarchal structure, right? That really falls in line with some of the indications of a patriarchal structure, right? Like women may not openly be able to have power and control, and so they may not seek that, right? They're going to seek that in a much more subtle or covert way, right? So there's this, I don't really have a lot of power and control, when actually the female does have a lot of power and control, but it's not as obvious as how men can use and go after power and control. So typically narcissists are nonviolent. However, we're going to talk about in a minute how that may look or how that may be different depending on the role that you play in the narcissist's life. But typically they're nonviolent. They can be very good at controlling their emotions. Now, part of this is because narcissists aren't really in tune or in touch with their emotions, or they're very, what I call like they're very psychologically boundaried around their emotions, right? So they don't let those emotions out very much. They may not even be aware of what the emotions are because they've been disconnected from that for so long. Now, it's hard to know kind of what's going on in the mind and the body of a narcissist. There's some speculation, right, that narcissists actually do have emotions, but they tend to not be driven by them, right? They're so boundaried, or they're so kind of locked away that they aren't feeling those emotions, and so the emotions aren't able to direct and to guide or to set a boundary like they are for most of the general population. But they are very good, right, at using emotions and often using other people's emotions to manipulate for what they want. And so they can make, they can be very calm, very cool, very collected, while the other person is getting more and more hysterical or more and more emotional. And the more emotional or over emotional, maybe oversensitive that the other person gets, the more calm and collected the narcissist gets, right? Because in that situation, who has the power, right? The one who's making another one kind of look crazy. And the more that partner escalates, or the more that child escalates, that adult child it would be, the calmer the narcissist actually gets, because there's this reinforcing of the power and control that they have. So male narcissists often dominate others by manipulating or game playing, whereas females rely much more on their charm, sometimes their sexuality, their image, or being a martyr, right? So they are more likely to kind of pout in order to get you to respond, and in order to manipulate you, right? They may cry, they may pout, they might guilt you, and that's how they get their power, instead of just domination like a male would. So if we're talking for a minute, let's talk about, I will often summarize when I'm working with somebody who has a narcissist in their life. I'll talk about that there's often 3 categories for people in the life of a narcissist, right? So initially, let's take it, for example, like that you're getting in an adult romantic relationship with a narcissist. So initially, you're kind of in this category of, you are the person that the narcissist wants to impress, right? And they can do this very well, and they'll pull out that, there's no stopping what they will do in order to impress those in, sometimes this category is called the others, right? And really what that means is you are in this category of, you're out in my world and I need to impress you, and I need to make you think highly of me, and I need you to think that I'm perfect. So there's that category, right? Now, sometimes, I think it was in the episode with M. Capito, she talked about kind of this whiplash that happens shortly after kind of a marriage or something like that, where all of a sudden the partner's saying, what just happened, right? Well, what happened is you moved categories, right? So first you were in the category of somebody that they needed to impress. And now all of a sudden you're in the category of, you are now an extension of me as the narcissist, and I need you to help me look good, right? So this is often the category that children are in. Children of narcissists are in the category of, I need you to make me look good, right? So oftentimes the kids are dressed well. Like I said, maybe there's an overemphasis on getting good grades, on excelling. We'll talk a little bit about some of the categories that children can fall into, because not all of the kids, will always do well. But when children are young, it's easy for a parent to kind of dominate and control them, right? And the kid will go along because they're dependent. They're not able to do much on their own. They don't know differently, right? What's happening in their family is very normal to them because they don't know anything different. And so oftentimes those kids, the parent will pick their clothes, right? They'll pick their haircut. They pick all of these things, and they can be dressed to the nines, right? And look very good. But the child isn't necessarily picking any of that, or knowing that they even would have a choice. So in this category now of, you are now an extension of my own individual, right? Of like,
I will say, as far as having your child pick their own clothes, I would think that's when they get a little bit older. I'm just thinking back to when I picked my child's clothes. So I want to be careful that I'm not throwing myself into a role of a narcissistic parent, because we all know if we let our kids pick their clothes when they were really young, um, I would probably have a call from the school like, what are you doing? you know but I'm sure she's talking about maybe preteen, or maybe 8 years old, 9. I don't know what's a good time for your child to start picking out their clothes. Without, of course, we want to guide them. um so I tend to question myself too a lot when I listened to this earlier. um and I'm feeling like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But I also know that I don't fall into this category of a narcissistic parent. Um, and I often think about my own upbringing. Um, and fortunately, there are some traits that my mom may have fallen under, but not enough. And I'm not sure how many traits, as in a classic, say, covert narcissist. I think you need 7 or 5 of 9 traits. I'm not sure how many traits would constitute a narcissistic parent. So don't think because your mom, never let you pick out your clothes that you necessarily had a narcissistic mom. Okay, gotta go back. Oh no. This sucks that it keeps going back to the beginning if I stop. I apologize.
Starts traits in men about what's happening, and they start to become aware of the narcissistic abuse that's been taking place in the relationship, and they're saying, I don't want to do this, right? So they're on to the narcissist, right? They're on to the fact that this person actually isn't perfect, and this life that we've been maintaining is not perfect, and I don't want to do it anymore, right? So they now become the threat to the narcissist. So in some ways, right, some ways it can be good if you're kind of like, if the narcissist just sees you and is like, you're dead to me. But oftentimes, like we've talked about in the previous episodes, that's going to cycle, right? So there will be a discard in which you're dead to me and I don't want anything to do with you. But behind your back, right, I may be demeaning you. I'm going to be talking negatively about you. I'm going to be talking, because a narcissist has to regain this, like, it's not about me. Like the fact that my spouse wants a divorce, or the fact that my teenager or my adult child doesn't want anything to do with me, right? They have to explain to people why that's happening in this perfect person's life, right? So it's got to be about the other person. And so they may even say to other people that the spouse is narcissistic, right? I've had that happen before where as a therapist, the spouse is coming into me, and maybe the person that they're divorcing, the husband, may call me and say, hey, you need to be aware that this person is highly narcissistic and that's what's going on. And I've been the victim of this. I've just been having to deal with this. It's been so difficult, yada, yada, right? And so they're going to do what they can to kind of ruin your reputation so that you can't ruin theirs. And so that's a difficult, right? Those categories, once you're in the life of a narcissist, whether that's in the category where they view you as an extension of themselves, or they've got to combat the fact that you're not in a relationship with them, it becomes pretty abusive and destructive for the person in those two categories, right? But they can't go back to that other category where the narcissist wants to impress them, right? So this is where sometimes I'll talk about how we really need to improve overall the emotional IQ of the general population, right? Or the social intelligence of the general population, so that we can spot this and kind of have an idea of what's actually happening, right? Because with people with personality disorders, especially like the narcissist and the antisocial personality disorder, they're very good at playing people and they're very good at manipulating them. And so we can often be drawn into that if we're in the other category and we simply don't have a sense of actually what's at play and what's happening, or we're on the receiving end of the abuse. So I want to talk for a minute about the signs of a narcissistic parent.
Right,
a narcissistic parent can be defined as someone who lives through, is possessive of, and or engages in marginalizing competition with the offspring. So typically the narcissistic parent perceives the independence of a child, and this includes the adult child, as a threat, and often will coerce their children to exist in the parent's shadow with unreasonable expectations. So in a narcissistic parenting relationship, the child is rarely loved for just being himself or herself. So numerous studies have been conducted on the subject of narcissistic parenting and the impact on the children that come from those relationships. So I want to take a minute. I think it's important to distinguish some differences here. So many parents, right, are proud of their children and they want to show them off and they want to show pictures and they just think their children are great, right? And I think that's pretty normal for most parents, right? We don't want a parent to not be impressed with their child, right? We don't want the parent to not think that their child is great, because that's a different type of abuse. And often parents can be firm and have to correct behavior and let the child know that that's not okay and have boundaries, right? And so most parents, we want to have this desire for their children to make them proud, right? There's kind of this like, okay, things are going well and we can be proud of our child. Those things are somewhat normal in parenting, and they don't fall along the continuum of pathological narcissism or narcissistic parenting. So what distinguishes the narcissistic parent is this pervasive tendency to kind of deny the children, even as an adult, a sense of independence and a sense of selfhood, right? That this child gets to be themselves instead of just serving the selfish needs and the low self-esteem of the narcissistic parent. So here are some checklists, 10 items of a narcissistic parent. And this comes from a Psychology Today article by Preston Nee. The first one he talks about is that the narcissistic parent will use or live through a child. The second characteristic is this marginalization. So some narcissistic parents are threatened by their child's potential, their promise, their success. On one hand, this is making the narcissistic parent look good, right? The child's success, the child's potential, their promise, all of their things that they're accomplishing, right? On the one hand, this is feeding the ego of the narcissistic parent. On the other hand, it kind of hits or like pricks the fragile self-esteem of the parent, right? And so there can be this like, I'm so proud of you, you have to do well. And there can also be these snide comments or remarks when the child is doing well, right? Coming from this fragile ego and this perceived competition from the child. So they may also, a narcissistic parent may praise and insult you in one sentence, right? Or in any given day, right? There may be praise coming, or then there may be this insult and bringing you down. The common thread, though, is that there's something wrong with you, right? When everything goes wrong or when anything goes wrong, it's on you. It couldn't be on the parent. While the child can be successful and do things well, the narcissistic parent also needs them to know that they're never going to be good enough, right? Because if they're good enough, they might actually leave the narcissistic parent. And so there's also going to be this lowering of confidence that happens in order for the parent to get their own boost, right? So they'll point out, maybe you play a sport and you do really well, or you play an instrument and you do really well, right? But you made one mistake, and the parent's going to make sure that you knew that you made a mistake. The third trait is this grandiosity and superiority. So, narcissistic parents have a falsely inflated self-image about who they are and what they do. And so often individuals around the narcissist, like I said, are treated with contempt or are treated as being less than, or they're just tools to be used for the narcissist's personal gain. So some children of narcissistic parents are objectified in the same manner. So some children may be kind of put in this less than, other children may be put in the better than. So there may also be, I've seen this, I've encountered this with children of narcissists.
So that's what she's talking about there. That is the golden child and the scapegoat child. Okay, so a narcissistic parent, if they have more than one child, it's not uncommon that there is a golden child that can do no wrong. Okay, and we tend to think of them as spoiled, right? They can't do anything wrong in the eyes of their mom or dad. And then there's the scapegoat child that gets blamed for everything. Even if they didn't do something wrong, they will still get blamed. I mean, can you imagine being the scapegoat child, or just being in any relationship, and no matter what happens, you're always to blame, even though you didn't do anything. So that's what she's talking about there. Now, where did I find it?
On in the mind they do. And so often individuals around the narcissist, like I said, are treated with contempt or are treated as being less than, or they're just tools to be used for the narcissist's personal gain. So some children of narcissistic parents are objectified in the same manner. So some children may be kind of put in this less than, other children maybe put in the better than. So there may also be, I've encountered this with children of narcissists where they themselves as an individual really didn't have a lot of confidence. They didn't really see themselves as anything great, but as the family, right, we were better than everybody else. So there's this inflation of the family name or the family unit, but there's this tearing down of the individuals within the family. That leads into the fourth trait, which is the superficial image, right? So this is closely related to the grandiosity, where they love to show how special or how unique or how perfect they are. So they enjoy kind of publicly parading what they consider their superior traits. It may be material possessions, it may be physical appearance, it may be projects that they do, accomplishments, contact in high places, kind of this trophy spouse, right, or trophy children, trophy family. So they go out of their way to kind of seek this attention and flattery, and everybody kind of has to be recruited to do that. The fifth trait is this manipulation, right? Narcissists are good at manipulation. So some of the common maybe examples, right? Maybe the guilt trip, like I've done everything for you and you're so ungrateful, right? Well, I mean, it's a parent's job to do things for their kids, right? Like that is our responsibility when we become a parent. And so we shouldn't make our children feel guilty or feel bad that I did that, right? Because I chose to be a parent. There may be blaming, right? It's your fault that I'm not happy. So I see this sometimes, particularly with women. It can come up with dads too. But one of the ways I see it with women, right? I think in our society where women are kind of in this one down position, right? We see men as superior to women still. And so particularly for moms, right? It can be very subtle, right? Something like, I'm just so sad that you didn't get straight A's, right? And it's this enmeshment of the emotions, right? That you're responsible for how I feel. I mean, sometimes also the parent can hijack the child's success, right? So the child does something successful and the parent hijacks that and makes them all about them, right? That you were able to do this because of all of my sacrifices and all that I've done, and that the parent is kind of relishing the success and kind of hijacking that so the kid doesn't really feel the ownership or the accomplishment themselves. Also kind of shaming. So this might sound like your poor performance is an embarrassment to our family, right? And it's kind of this like, we do better than this. We know better than this. We are not doing those things. That's you, and you're bringing shame to the family. Also negative comparison. Why can't you be as good as your brother? Or why can't you, this is what your sister did and you never do things like that for me. Also, there can be this unreasonable pressure where, you have to perform your best to make me good. Several of my kids have played sports. 3 of them played soccer, and then my oldest played softball. And so I've been on the sidelines of a lot of games, right? And kind of just been an observer. And I don't, like, if I'm on the sideline, like, I don't say much. There are times I'll like cheer or be like, yes, something like that. But for the most part, right, I know that my role is I'm a spectator. I'm not playing the game. So it doesn't help the players on the field for me to sit on the sideline and tell them what to do or what they should have done, right?
How many of us have had kids in sports and have seen that so often? When you got the mom or dad on the sidelines telling their children what to do, how to play the game, and even criticize other children that aren't theirs. That happened to me once. It's horrible. It's horrible. Thanks, Sour Milk. Yes, hit the thumbs up. Chevy, you're welcome. Certainly, you can reach out to me. I just recently went through this hospice journey with my mom. So, and even though I'm in the medical field, it was still new to me. I was no longer a nurse. I was the daughter, and it was, and I will say that I had so much support from my friends in my real life, a lot of support from people here on YouTube that I am forever grateful for, because it was fearful at times for me, this journey. And I think if Zelda is still in here, she'll tell you that. Zelda was great, called me mostly every day and listened to me laugh, listened to me cry, listened to me get angry. Um, so it's quite a journey, but hospice is a wonderful organization. So um, you know, I'm sure they've told you if you've any questions, call them anytime, 24/7. Um, yeah, Clover, I had a great support system. And I was also, you know, um, worrying about my dad, him going through this journey as well. And so I felt like I was on like double duty, like trying to care for my mom, but also make sure that my dad was okay emotionally, mentally. Um, and I'm telling you, you're not meant to go through this alone. So, and hospice has a lot of resources as well, online too, for support groups in your area, um, of family members who are going through a similar experience. He's surviving the storms. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Right? But you'll see this oftentimes if your kids are involved in sports. And I'm guessing it's also maybe similar with dance or instruments or things like that, right? That you're aware that like some parent is taking this way too personal, right? As if this has to do with them. So there's this unreasonable pressure that is a way of manipulating the person, right? And if you can't be perfect all the time at everything you do, then you fail. There can also be a manipulative reward and punishment, right? So it's kind of this. I think there was a quote in the movie The Dead Poet Society with the main character, the main boy at that boys' school who ended up at towards the end of the show. He died by suicide, right? And I hope I'm not ruining that for anybody. Spoiler alert, I guess I should have said. However, it is like out of the 80s or 90s, so you should have seen that movie, right? Where the father's talking to the son and he's telling him, like, you had so many opportunities that I didn't have. And so you're going to be a doctor. And once you've accomplished that, then you can choose what you're going to do. Until then, it's my choice. So there can be this manipulative reward and punishment. You need to major in college in what I decide that you should do, or I will cut off financial support. There can also be this emotional coercion, that you're not a good child, you're not a good son, you're not a good daughter unless you measure up to my expectations. So a common theme running through that fifth category of of a trait of a narcissistic parent, right, is that there's this form of manipulation and love is given as a conditional reward, right? Rather than this natural expression of, I just love my child. And
So basically, again, what she's saying is with a narcissistic parent, right? Their child is an extension of them, of the parent wanting to feel superior, in control, and taking away the process, the normal healthy development of a child, with creating their own identity. Okay, um, having um, no no self-esteem. Okay, it is the parent, putting guilt and shame. The parent living their life through their child, for the parents' expectations, whatever they are. Um, so if you can imagine that, it's they say what you put into a child is what you get out of a child, and this is exactly what the narcissistic parent puts into their child, is that lack of, or having no identity for themselves, having to constantly live through their parents, mothers' wants, desires, goals. um, it's sad. It's these are developmental years that are so important, that make the child who they become as an adult most times. And I can't imagine any child having to suffer that, but they do. They do. And the sad thing is, they do think that everything is their fault, that they aren't good enough, um, because that's what their parent has instilled into them.
Going to be ups and downs, and my love doesn't necessarily go up and down. My love is consistent. So the sixth category of, or the sixth trait of a narcissistic parent is this inflexibleness and this touchiness, right? So certain narcissistic parents are highly rigid when it comes to the expectations of their children, and they regulate their children with minor details and become upset when there's any deviation, right? Where most parents have to have kind of this wiggle room, right? Like if you're in the ballpark, that's great. And with narcissistic parents, they can become extremely rigid in that. Some narcissistic parents are also very touchy and easily triggered, right? Reasons for irritation can vary greatly. So it can be maybe the child's not paying attention and they're not doing what the parent says, to perceived faults or shortcomings. And so it's kind of that, like the child would have the situation, or they would have the perception of, I don't really know, like one time I did this and nothing happened, and the next time I did that, like, whoo, all hell broke loose, right? So one reason for the parent's inflexibility or touchiness is that focus on controlling the child. And so it's kind of creating this, I don't know that they're doing it consciously, right? We don't really know what's totally in the mind of a narcissistic parent, but I don't know that they're doing it consciously, but it's this, they're creating this confusion or this unpredictability, right? Where the child isn't sure what's going to set the parent off or what's going to be okay. And that's a way of maintaining control with somebody, right? Like I always have to kind of check in with you or watch you and adjust, because I don't really know what's the difference between doing it right and doing it wrong. So the seventh trait of a narcissistic parent is this lack of empathy. So one of the most common manifestations of a narcissistic father or mother is the inability to be mindful of the child's own thoughts and feelings and to validate those things as real and important. And instead, it's only what the parent thinks and feels that matters.
So remember, Tevi, you spoke, or was it Clover? I think it was Tevi, that Tevi, that you feel guilty. Or no, I'm a Clover. That's right. You felt guilty to even think that your mother was a narcissist because you loved her, right? You didn't want to hurt her, or even now, even though she's passed. But remember that their lack of empathy is not something you created. That is just part of their brain, whether it's genetic makeup, which they could be, we can be predisposed to that, just as like those who struggle with substance use disorder or any kind of addiction. It's part of the brain. So it's not something that you created, because you came into this world and you must have disappointed her. That's the cards that she was handed, so to say. If you're lacking something in your brain, it's not something that you took away from your mother. It was something that she developed on her own, whether it was inherent, genetic. So it's very, very important that during recovery that you understand that, this is not something a child creates for the simple fact that they were born. Although it's easy to understand how kids grow up and to feel that way with the narcissistic injuries to them.
So children who live under this type of parental influence over time may respond with, the survival instincts. They might fight back to stand up for themselves. They might flee and just get away from the parent. Some just kind of begin to freeze and they substitute their real self, right, which has never been validated, with this false persona. And so they kind of go into this role that they play instead of actually developing into their own authentic person. And they may, in doing that, right, they may adopt traits of the narcissist themselves, and their reality, their view of the world is skewed. Oftentimes, there's a dependency or a codependency that exists with their parents, right? So they can expect their child to take care of them for the rest of their life. And they may even say that to the child, like, when I get old, it's your responsibility to take care of me. So this type of dependency can be emotional and physical. It can also be financial, right? Sometimes I'll work with clients who at a very young age had to start working and turning the money over to the parent and giving that to the parent to kind of help take care of the parent, right? And the parent's building this, like, I can be dependent on you and you have to take care of me. You know, there's nothing wrong with taking care of older parents, and that can be an admirable trait. But the narcissistic parent is typically manipulating this as a way to get that control. And they're starting to do it way before there's a need for them to be taken care of. The 8th trait is jealousy and possessiveness. So a narcissistic mother or father often hopes that the child will permanently dwell under parents' influence. So any sign that the child is growing mature and maybe more independent, that's going to have to be corrected, right? So that can also be like when the child is getting married, right? It's going to be harder to control this in-law who's married into the family and hasn't had to live under these rules and hasn't had to kind of comply with the parents' needs. And they may not see that as normal, right? That person marrying into the family may be like, this is crazy.
So what she's saying is, once the child matures, goes off to college or gets married, out of the house for good, the parent will still try to control them. The only difference is they no longer live under their roof. So it's not like, okay, I'm out, I'm going to college, this is over. It continues for as long as the parent is alive. It never stops.
And they may start to have some influence over that child of the narcissist, right? And they may be able to see some things or to encourage independence from the family. And so that's going to be seen as a threat. And they may talk down to that in-law or talk bad about that in-law and try to, again, damage their reputation in order to protect the narcissist. The 10th trait of a narcissistic parent is neglect. So in some situations, a parent may elevate a child. And we'll talk about that in a minute, that some children fall into this role of they are the golden child. But for other children, right, they may be the invisible child. And so there's a lot of neglect that happens for that child. So those are some of the traits of a narcissistic parent, right? I want to talk just a little bit about if the narcissistic parent is a mother, because we didn't really talk about that from a female perspective. So for all of us, right, boys and girls, our mothers are our first love. She is our introduction to life.
Kevin, listen, and I'm a Clover, listen to this carefully, because she starts to talk about, the guilt when we recognize that our parent has these traits.
We spend time growing within her. And so she is our introduction to life and to ourselves, right? Once we're born, she is our lifeline to security. And so I often will say, when we are born, we are not born with a sense of self. So we have to learn about ourselves and about our world through our interactions with our caretakers, right? And if mom is the primary caretaker, a lot of that is being influenced by mom. So we naturally need, right? We need her physical and emotional sustenance. We need her touch. We need her gaze. We need her smile and her protection, right? Think of this young infant, right? Or even the toddler that's, 1, 2 years old. We need that interaction with mom. There's a sense of safety and security that's being developed in those things, that young children do with that primary caretaker. And so we need also her empathetic reflection of our feelings, our wants, and our needs, right? So what's this going to look like in a healthy situation, right? The child's crying, the child's having a rough day, right? Maybe they got shots, maybe they're teething. And the parent, while this can be a hard day, right, to get through, but the parent knows that something's not okay. And there's this empathy, like, oh, I know that that really hurts, or, oh my gosh, you're just having a hard day, right? So there's some empathy going to the child about what's happening for them. Through those exchanges, right, she informs us of who we are and will reflect our value to us. Now, the narcissistic mother who cannot empathize, right, who takes it personal that the baby's having a hard day, right, or takes it personal that the toddler won't take a nap, she's going to damage her child's healthy psychological development because she sees in the child only a reflection of herself, right? So if the child's having a hard day, that may be a reflection of her imperfection. And again, when we talked about, like, the narcissist does not have this tolerance for anything that would make them perceive themselves as less than perfect.
So remember, a narcissistic person, they want to feel superior, correct? So, but they are very insecure. These are not confident people. Okay, they feel very insecure as to why they want to feel superior. They want to feel perfect because they are extremely insecure people. They're highly offended. They don't take criticism well. And you think of the narcissist as being overconfident, right? Or I used to, but they're not. They're very, very insecure people. So if a child doesn't perform um, up to their expectations, the narcissist, feel like they have failed, and that's their struggle. They want to feel superior. They don't want to feel um, exposed, so to say. From what I've learned. Again, I am not an expert, but this is just what I've learned, and I still learn a lot with you all. And I hope that if we can take anything from this, it's important for self care and to take that journey toward recovery from narcissistic injury, because again, we cannot change the narcissist.
Also, there's no healthy boundary separating the mother from her child, right? So again, this looks like this enmeshment that starts to happen, and who you are is who I am. So the symptoms of narcissism may vary in intensity, but they really compromise a parent's inability to parent in a healthy way. So let's talk for a minute about daughters of narcissistic mothers. So daughters usually spend more time with mom simply because of gender stuff, right? So oftentimes in a lot of families, I hear this, like, dad and the boys went outside and worked in the yard, and mom and the girls stayed in the house and did work, right? So there can just be some of those gender roles that tend to put the daughter more with the mom, right? Now this, I would say for young boys, they're around mom a lot too. But when they start to reach a certain age, right, our society kind of says it's time for the little boy to leave mom and to become his own self and to kind of have some independence from mom. So due to this lack of boundary, mom often sees her daughter as both an extension of her ego and as a threat, right? So mom may need daughter to be amazingly beautiful, right? Mom may need daughter and praise daughter for being very attractive, having a great body, right? But at the same time, as her body's aging and her body's getting old, and she's had a couple of kids, and so it's not looking the same as this teenage daughter, right? She's also perceiving this as a threat. And so often they will guide the daughter both through praise and criticism, right? So it's getting in the way of this daughter developing her own sense of self, and instead mom's guiding her to become this version of her idealized self, right?
I also read that a narcissistic mother feels toward their daughter, and it's interesting, the sons, where they said, the goal is, they grow up and they leave the house and have a family to take care of, but the narcissistic mother fine tunes herself to the daughter as an extension of herself more than the son. And often these types of parents are jealous of their daughter. They're jealous of the younger body, their beauty, and it becomes a competition. So that I found very interesting. I mean, I look at my daughter, and and as most of us do, we're very proud of our children. Um, and when people compliment us about our children, your daughter's beautiful, or she's very intelligent. You know, um, I take that as a compliment, and not as something that would be my competition. So it's interesting.
Right, the mom's idealized self. So they can also project onto their daughters their unwanted aspects of themselves. Like maybe, on some level, mom recognizes how selfish she's being, but that's going to be projected on the daughter about how selfish the daughter is or how selfish her needs are. And oftentimes narcissistic moms, they do prefer their sons. However, they're going to be damaging to their sons in a different way, right? So it's not like they prefer their sons and they're a good and healthy parent to their son. So narcissistic abuse, includes shame and control, which will undermine the development of a young girl and create low self-esteem, often body image issues or sexual issues around the daughter's developing sexuality, right? Where she can't trust her own feelings and her gut instincts, and she tends to conclude that the problem is with her. And she'll often feel defenseless against mom. Now, oftentimes, dads who are married to a narcissistic mother will not protect the daughters from the abuse, right? They often don't protect either daughters or sons from the abuse of the narcissistic mom. Or the dad may not see it, right? Because mom kind of keeps it hidden.
Does this sound familiar? How many of us have asked the question, why, it's if one parent's a narcissist and the other parent is or isn't, the father does not step in, the dad does not step in to prevent the child um, from the wrath of what the narcissistic mother is doing. I honestly don't know why, but maybe we'll find out here. But that's interesting as well. You would think someone else, as a protector, the father, would step in. So I don't remember if she said why, but let's continue.
From him, or she'll lie about it, right? And maybe if the daughter does say something to dad, mom's going to lie. And if the parents have decided, right, if the spouse of the narcissist have decided that they're not going to divorce for whatever reason, right, divorce isn't an option, then the spouse of the narcissist is going to have to accept some of the realities that the narcissism has created, right? Which is not actually reality. It's the reality that the narcissist needs. And the spouse who's going to stay with the narcissist has to accept that reality as reality, right? So the dad may come to the kids and say, like, you've got to stop this, right? Even though maybe dad sees that mom is maybe out of control or mom got really abusive, whether that was verbally or physically or in whatever way, right? Dad's going to try to control the kids in order to keep the peace between him and the narcissist. So in this, right, a daughter doesn't learn to stand up for herself. She doesn't learn to advocate for her needs, and often can be set up for abusive relationships in adulthood because those abusive relationships are familiar. So let's talk about for a minute the sons of narcissistic mothers, right? So sons will often be treated either as the golden child, the scapegoat, which is also kind of the term we use for the black sheep of the family, or they're the forgotten child, right? And it's often said that the golden child will become a narcissist themselves, right? All three of those roles are damaging, but oftentimes the golden child does not recognize.
So what I find, whether a child is a scapegoat or the golden child, it seems to me the injury is the same. With compromising a child's normal, quote unquote, normal development, right? So if you overcompensate, from what I'm understanding, spoiling a child, um, the golden child, to me, it almost seems like the injury, um, is very similar. Um, I can't, so, I always felt, well, a spoiled child got what they wanted all the time. How great, right? Lucky them. But it's just as injurious as a child who is the scapegoat could be treated from. That's how I see it. I don't know if you guys see it the same way, but um, so spoiling a child, I used to just think a spoiled child will grow up to be just selfish. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot of damage in also spoiling a child.
Recognize the damage that's happening. So the golden child, is going to recollect a golden childhood, right? And adolescence. They're going to look at that and say, my childhood was great. It was amazing, right? If you were to talk to one of the other siblings, they may have fallen into the invisible category or the scapegoat category. They're going to recall a different childhood, right? But they may agree that, yeah, like his childhood was great. So that child, that son, right, who's in the golden child category, he may have been treated like a prince, right? And then kind of this king. He will have been fed with messages that he's special, he's exceptional. He may have been given everything he wanted. And this is serving the grandiose projections of the mother, right? She's giving him everything she wants, but he's the recipient of that, right? And so oftentimes he does leave this very charmed childhood and adolescent and starts to think like either this is how my life needs to be and I expect that from people going forward, or starts to believe I am better than everybody else, especially, right, if there's siblings who he is being treated better than. He may conclude that like somehow they're flawed, somehow they're doing something wrong, but I'm not. So he will be given everything he wanted. He is likely to go into a profession that has a lot of power and control, right? A doctor, a lawyer, anything that makes mom proud. He's also likely to have this trophy wife, picture perfect children, house, a dog or two, maybe a boat on a lake, right? Now, behind the scenes, right, there may be this shadow life that maybe nobody knows about, right? Or maybe mom is told, like maybe the spouse tells the mom, like, hey, everything isn't so great. But mom is not going to believe that about her little boy, right? So maybe on the side, he's sleeping around. He may be a workaholic. He may have gambling problems. He may drink problematically. He may steal a little or is very dishonest. But mom isn't going to accept that about him, right? And she is still extremely proud of the son. The son can do no wrong. The son is still in this golden spot, right? So the spouse and the children are kind of put in this compromising situation. Now, sometimes the golden child, right, may have more chaotic experience if the narcissistic parent isn't a high-functioning narcissist, right? Life may have been a little bit more chaotic, but they're still going to remember childhood as being one of the best times of their life. In early childhood, the narcissistic mother can more easily control her children, right, and maintain them in this state of dependence. And so mom is going to be this constant presence, often making decisions for them, kind of getting in all the nooks and crannies, right, of the child's life. And then when that societal expectation of son starts to shift away from mom is going to have a really hard time. Son may feel a lot of guilt over kind of becoming more of an independent person and may actually never shift away from that. So I wanted to read this quote from the book, The Wizard of Oz and Other Narcissists. The author is Eleanor Payson, and she writes, whatever unique wounding exists for you as the adult child of a narcissistic personality disordered parent, there will be some manifestation of difficulty in the form of compulsive behaviors, grandiose strivings, low self-esteem, excessive guilt and worry, anxiety, depression, loss of vitality, codependence issues, and the list goes on. These symptoms will be the clues that force your attention inward to recognize your need for healing. Also, John Bradshaw. Well, I also want to talk about, just for a minute, Pia Melody. Pia Melody does a lot of work around this abuse and codependency. So if you're looking for some healing, maybe you're recognizing that you're a codependent, right? The children of narcissistic parents have higher rates of both narcissism and codependency. And some of that depends on the role that they were assigned in the family or the role that they were given in the family. So Pia Melody talks about the abuse that happens, right? And she says, when people mention child abuse, most people think of sexual or physical abuse, but there are many other ways a child can be abused and scarred for life. In her book, Facing Codependence, she distinguishes 5 different types of abuse: physical, sexual, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. And she also makes a distinction between overt and covert abuse, saying that overt abuse is visible, while covert abuse is less obvious, it's sneaky, and it's deniable. In the book, in some of John, I'm going to get to where John Bradshaw, a quote from John Bradshaw, who also did a lot of work with addiction. But I wanted to talk for a minute about shame versus shameless, right? And so narcissistic parents are shameless, right? They will not pick up. They may do things, right, that they should be ashamed of. The way that they parent, right? The ways that they fly into a fit of rage, right? Those are things that they should feel ashamed of themselves and work to make amends. But for the narcissistic parent, right, they are shameless. And so oftentimes what happens, right, with shame is kind of this energy, right? And if the person who does the shameful things will not accept the shame, right, then there's this energy kind of in the air that oftentimes kids will just absorb, right? The kids kind of absorb that. And so parent is doing something that is they should be ashamed of, right? It's a shaming behavior. But the kids pick it up, right? And the kids then think it's about them. And so the parent gets to be shameless, right? I don't pick up my own shame. I'm not responsible for my own shame. And I just give that to other people and they pick it up, right? And so kids are these energy absorbers, and often they will pick up the shame that the parent won't, and they think it's about themselves, right? And so often, especially for sons, this came up in the research, right? That sons often carry a great deal of shame, and that one of the biggest repressed feelings from sons of narcissistic parents, or mothers particularly, is shame. One of the deepest is the shame. In John Bradshaw's book, Healing the Shame That Binds You, he writes, if our primary caregivers are shame-based, they will act shameless and pass their toxic shame onto us. There is no way to teach self-value if one does not value oneself. One of the devastating aspects of toxic shame is that it is multi-generational. The secret and hidden aspects of toxic shame from the wellsprings of its multi-generational life. Since it is kept hidden, it cannot be worked out. Families are as sick as their toxic shame secrets. Children need mirroring and echoing. These come from their primary caregiver's eyes. Mirroring means that someone is there for them and reflects who they really are at any given moment of time. In the first 3 years of our life, each of us needed to be admired and taken seriously. We needed to be accepted for the very one we are. Having these mirroring needs met results in what Alice Miller calls our basic narcissistic supplies. When parents are shame-based and needy, they are unable to take over the mirroring narcissistic function for the child. Furthermore, the fact that the parents are shame-based is a clear signal that they never got their own narcissistic supplies.
Jamie, your question is a really good one. And I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a child, if, a parent doesn't have to be a narcissist to spoil a child. So I think if a parent overvalues them, that could develop narcissism in a child. But I'm not 100% sure in that. But again, just because a child is spoiled, it doesn't necessarily mean that parent is a narcissist either. They're just overvaluing them. So, but that's an excellent question.
Such parents are adult children who are still in search of a parent or an object who will be totally available to them. For such parents, the most appropriate objects of narcissistic gratification are their own children. So just kind of breaking that down a little bit, right? Oftentimes, the narcissistic mom, the narcissistic dad, right, they often came from a narcissistic parent as well, right? They grew up in this narcissistic home. And so they are doing what was done for them. And they became the narcissistic child in the family. Maybe they were the golden child, whatever. Like they were the one that was groomed to become the continuing narcissist for the narcissistic parent. And so when John Bradshaw talks about the narcissistic supply, right? I mean, if we were to look at it, we don't really do this, right? We don't really call infants or toddlers narcissistic because it's age appropriate, right? But for the infant, for the child, the world revolves around them, right? And they're not giving anything to anybody else, right? They're only receiving. We don't label that as dysfunctional. We don't label that as narcissistic because it is age appropriate, right? They are completely dependent on another person and they don't have much to give. Right now, healthy parents may look at and say, oh my gosh, it was such a hard day. And then my child fell asleep and I checked in on them and they were sleeping and it made everything worth it. Right? But actually the child's not giving you that, right? You're grappling with the meaning and you're bringing meaning to hardship, right? But that's because you can do that and you understand that the child isn't going to be giving you a whole lot, right? They may smile at you, they may be cute one day, but that's more about the child than it is them kind of giving us something. Now, the older that young child grows, they might be giving some things, right? I drew you a picture or I came and just gave you a hug and said, I love you, right? And that's great. But again, we're not expecting our child to give a whole lot to us. But for the parent who was raised by a narcissistic parent themselves, right? They weren't given that full attention, right? That narcissistic supply of the world is all about me and you have to be totally tuned into me. That didn't happen for them, right? Because their parent was narcissistic. So when they grow up and have children, they think, aha, now this child can give everything to me that I didn't get from my own parent, right? Except it's not age appropriate, right? It's not age appropriate at 30 years old or at 40 years old to have everybody giving everything to you and the world revolving around you, right? And so that comes from that narcissistic wounding that they may have had as an infant themselves, but they haven't healed that, right? And I think that's the invitation when we start to recognize the narcissistic dysfunction that may have existed in our family, right? We've lifted the veil of denial that keeps most children away from recovery, right? Even in adulthood, they don't move into recovery because it's so hard to lift that veil of denial. And I think we have to be sensitive, right? As that veil is being lifted and we're starting to see actually the dysfunction behind what we thought was this perfect family, right? And maybe even as the golden child to realize that being a golden child was detrimental, right? Like I couldn't necessarily be myself. I had to be what my parent wanted me to be. So there's not that individuality, right? I may expect the world to treat me as better than, and that's actually very harmful, right? For the scapegoat, they have to start to look at and see, I wasn't the bad person in all of this, right? I was targeted, or maybe a lot got projected onto me and I carried the shame of the family, but that wasn't about me, right? And then for the invisible child, often they're the ones who flees, right? They go away. Like I said, they may have more chance at actually having a healthy life for themselves and being their own individual, right? Because some of that wasn't projected onto them. They were just kind of ignored and neglected. But neglect is its own form of abuse. And so they're also going to have to deal with the trauma of being the invisible child. So I hope this answered some of the questions that I've gotten from the episodes I've done on narcissism. I think there's some great questions. I'm happy to have more. And like I said, I'm going to do one more episode just kind of talking about personality disorders in general. At the end of this episode, I want to remind you that your story matters. Remember, there's something meaningful in every chapter. Don't wait to share your story till it's finished. Until next time, Jack. The legal stuff. This podcast is solely for the purpose of information and entertainment and does not constitute therapy, nor should it replace competent professional help. The prayer of the perfectionist. Nobody has time for perfection. We are pursuing progress. Help me remember I can't do it all. Help me to take things one step at a time. Help me to remember the only step I need to focus on is the next right step for me. Help me to remember that life is a journey. Help me to be able to separate all that I am learning from all that I have to do. Help me to remember that I am not alone. I can ask for help. Help me to strive for frequent awakenings, not mastery. I am enough. Amen.
She's good. She's good. And again, her name is Jackie Pack. She's from Utah. In the description, I put her webpage in there. It's healingpathsrecovery.com, where there are resources. Again, she explained why she doesn't give traditional therapy for this, and she recommends seeing, a psychologist, or someone who is, I don't know exactly why. She talked about it in another podcast. And these podcasts are great, and they do, these speakers do encourage you to share. I even emailed one of these people who run their own podcast if I could share, and she was like, absolutely. And again, like she said, this is not a replacement for therapy. I just do it because I think it's important, again, that we learn to recognize, you know, narcissism instead of always struggling with trying to change their behaviors. It took me a long time to accept that. Just from, believe it or not, on social media, and I don't know if they're, I don't diagnose, but in my, sometimes I feel like, wow, they do seem very narcissistic, regardless. That struggle of, why can't you just change? You know, and they don't. They don't, for whatever reason. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, my son, he was born with a congenital defect. He was one eye, his left eye. We call the non-visual eye. I never refer to it as the bad eye versus the good eye. His non-visual eye he was born with a premature optic nerve and a partial retina. So in other words, the optic nerve never formed to his brain, so he doesn't see at all. It's called micro-ophthalmic eye, which means small eye. So his eye does appear smaller. It is smaller, doesn't it? It is. And one of the concerns, he was followed closely at Children's Hospital in Boston growing up. And there were times his retina would actually detach and then reattach. And the ophthalmologist was always concerned that of him losing the eye because of the pressure in that eye. And the thing is, because he can't see, he can't tell the doctor, well, my vision's blurry. So he, what he's been getting is terrible headaches. And so he did see an eye doctor, but unfortunately, they don't have the equipment that actually sees behind the eye, which he is seeing somebody, I think, next week for that. But he is on prescription eye drops to help relieve the pressure, and that it's not working very well. But he's doesn't have headaches constantly either. My concern is hemorrhage. But he's a grown adult, so he knows the risks. And he also knows that if it becomes unmanageable, where he has a severe headache that doesn't go away, he has to go to the ER. So that's what I've been contending with, Yeah, sour milk. He's going to Mass Eye and Air. Voices, and I've had a spontaneous retina detachment a few years ago. That would be scary with him not being able to see through it to recognize a change. Yeah, so he was born with no vision because the optic nerve is immature, and the retina is partial, so he is blind in that eye. He's legally blind, um, but he uses corrective lenses for his visual eye, which then he's not legally blind with corrective lenses. The concern is a retinal hemorrhage, in losing that eye, thus having to get a prosthetic eye. So time will tell. Time will tell, and hopefully, he was monitored closely. Several appointments using the eye drops. His pressure went down. I think the normal pressure is like 12, up to 12. His pressure was 40. So with the eye drops, it went down the next day to 38. So it's still very high. But thank you, and prayers will help. So there's a link pinned to the top if anybody wants to come up and share, or if you have anything you can add that wasn't covered, or yeah. So yeah, Jenny, also too, glaucoma is very indicates, all his symptoms, but yet he doesn't see from that eye. So he can't say, well, I'm not seeing very well, because that eye was never visual. Thanks. Thanks, Jules, who's allegedly innocent. I dropped the link to her channel. She's an expert in psychology, and she also does true crime cases, and she's great. So please subscribe to her. You won't be disappointed. And I'll drop her link again. Allegedly innocent. Nancy, I'm not sure. I've never reached out to the Commission for the Blind, only because he does have vision. He was born with one visual eye, and he's compensated. I I remember him growing up, especially with stairs, because he lacks depth perception. You're welcome, Jules. And you would hear boom, 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 because he'd often misstep and, you know, not tumble down a whole flight of stairs, but, he would trip often or miss a step. And there I'd be running out like, oh my God, are you all right? And do we need to put him in a bubble? And he taught me tolerance, and he taught me, and I feel tremendously guilty, but when he was around 5 years old, or maybe it was almost 6, he was going into grade school. A lot of kids would be curious why his eye looked smaller. And it often looked lazy because the eyeball itself would turn inward when he was especially tired. And it crushed me because, kids can be cruel as well. And I thought it was in his best interest to get a prosthetic lens over the eye that it's like a contact lens, but it's glass. I still have it. I still have it. And I thought it would lift the eye up. It was magnified, so it would enlarge the eyeball, the pupil, the whole eye itself, and appear to be exactly the same size as his visual eye. And we went to children's and went through the surgery. It was day surgery. And I remember it was really hard, putting it in the eye and getting used to it. And he hated it. He hated it. And this little boy looked at me one day and he says, Mom, I don't want this. And I looked at him and I said, but why? And he says, I'm okay with my eye the way it is. And I started talking to him about, what about the kids? They always say something to you. And he said, Mom, I just tell them what's wrong with my eye. And his teacher called me one day and said, "Do you know your son got up in front of the whole class? This was the first day of school to avoid, always having to repeat himself and introduce himself and told everybody about his eye." And I was like, my God, I felt guilty because I never asked him, "Is this something you want?" He was so little. I just thought as a parent, I was doing what was best for him. But from the mouths of babe, he said to me, "I don't want it, Mom." And yeah, he was a very brave. He still is. He still is. And the guilt I had of did I do something wrong during my pregnancy? I took vitamins, was it my fault? But the kids compensate for what they don't, for what they lack. And he's brilliant. He's at genius level IQ wise. And you know, he's he's something else. He really is. Oh, don't cry, Ladybug. That it's my crush. It's my crush. My son, we nicknamed him Crush on YouTube when he used to come on YouTube with me. It's not a disorder, Dee Dee. It's just called micro-ophthalmic eye, which means basically small eye. And I think there's no official, when I say he has attached retina and immature optic nerve, um, I don't think there's a specific diagnosis. I think that just falls under the micro-ophthalmia as complications. Oh, thanks, Jules. The home you gave him and the relationship with him, he developed courage and identity so he could tell the truth. Well, thank you. That felt good. Hi, Angela. How are you? So, does anyone want to come up? I can't handle little ones that have to ever go through anything. Yeah, and back then, this was in the early 90s at Boston Children's Hospital. They allowed the parent to come into the operating room only to be there when your child is given anesthesia. And they never warned me what anesthesia does to a person as far as physically. So I'm like, yeah, of course I'm going to be in there, of course, until, he falls asleep. Well, when they started giving him the anesthesia, it was almost looking like he was having a seizure. And I was like, oh my God, what's happening? And oh, yeah, and they told me that that's normal when someone goes under, that they twitch a lot. And that, his eyes were rolling in the back of his head. And, they tape them down after, you know, and they'll tape eyelids down so they don't open up during surgery. But they didn't tell me that ahead of time. And that was traumatic for me. Um, but I've known people whose children have gone to that hospital and they no longer allow that. Parents aren't allowed in the operating room for anything. Thanks, Davita. God, you guys are so full of compliments tonight. Oh, Jenny, yeah, you see, your daughter's arm developed differently, just the way it is. I always said she is so lucky that it is as good as it is. She agrees. Oh, that's very sweet. Right, Rosie, kids with deformities know no other way, and we adapt to our stuff, providing not terminal, of course. Correct. Dee, can you just cam up in the green room for a second? Just gotta beware of trolls. Just in the green room. And J May. Okay, J May. All right. Dee, just cam up when you have a chance, honey. Oh, she bounced down. Oh, you're up, Jamie. Came up. There you go. Hi, Jamie. Yeah, you muted, so.
Okay, am I good?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I'm just very curious because I had two really healthy, busy, productive parents, and I was the fourth of 5 children.
Hold
and I
on,
had
Dee,
three.
Dee, you're all set. You can turn the camera off if you need to. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. And I had 3 older sisters, and the 4 of us were born within 7 years. And then 7 years after me, my dad and mom had a son. My parents were very, very healthy mentally, and they were self-actualized people, and they were very, salt of the earth kind of people. And my mother was absolutely the most loving person in the world. So I'm curious as to why my 3 older sisters and my brother, two of my sisters are narcissists, and my brother is just a reprehensible human being in every way and totally a narcissist. And I can't figure out how this happened. And then when you started talking about your son's eye issues, when I was little, I was about 3.5, and my parents didn't notice that I couldn't see anything. And I was diagnosed with severe, what's it called? Strep, I can't remember what it's called. It's amblyopia, but it's a strabismus, severe strabismus amblyopia. And I had vision of over 21,000 in one eye.
That's a lazy,
it's a lazy eye, but it's also, when you look at what a person with 2,800 vision sees, I didn't even see distinct colors. Everything was blurred, everything. And when they discovered it, my parents, being responsible, got me into the best eye doctor in town, and I had to go 3 times a week for eye exercises, and I had to wear patch, and I had to have drops. And it kind of became this competition, I think, with my siblings. And so since my parents aren't narcissists, I'm wondering if a situation in a family where one child ends up with more time from a parent than the others through no fault of their own. I mean, my mom had to take me to eye treatments, and my sisters were so abusive to me. I mean, they were abusive physically, emotionally. It was like I had 3 ugly stepsisters, and I was Cinderella. And every day I was told how ugly and hateful I was and how stupid I was. And it was really awful. And I couldn't understand. And they would do this out of sight of my mother and father. And I couldn't understand when I had such healthy parents, and my siblings grew up to abuse my parents in their elder years, financially and etc. And I thought, gosh, can a situation in a family create narcissism in children as they're growing up when the parents aren't narcissists? Because I had really stable, well-adjusted parents, and I can't figure out why my family exploded. One sister has passed, sadly, and she was the silent one, and so I have 3 left, but I will not ever see or speak to them again, because they're dangerous and severely dangerous. They're evil, and my brother put me in a hospital. So I just am trying to figure out, where did that narcissism come from?
Right. So you're fine, but yet you have siblings who are narcissists. So how does a child escape? Well, like Jules was explaining, it's no, that wouldn't make sense, because you were neither the golden child nor the scapegoat child.
No, I wasn't. I was actually, I think the dynamic between my 3 older sisters, I grew up every day, the older 2 would fight constantly, and they would always grab the 3rd sister in, and she was always switching alliances. So I grew up around a lot of conflict between those 2 older sisters, And I just avoided all of them because they were so mean to me. So I just tried to be anywhere that they weren't. And
Did you read what Jules, and Jules is allegedly innocent. That used to be her name. She
yeah,
recently changed it. But narcissism develops in reaction to perceived weakness and incompetence. It does not have to come from parents. It can come from bullying or other trauma.
well, could my siblings' jealousy of the attention I received because of my severe blindness? I mean, I could not see. The way my parents found out I was virtually blind. And I do remember having vision of just shadows of things. And nothing was very bright. Some color, but they were all muted. And my dad found out when he was trying to
Blurry
teach me
orange
how to
faces?
type. What?
Did you see blurry orange faces?
No, I saw blurry nothing. I mean, blacks and grays and very little color.
Well, I
And
only asked because when I was 7, I got a dart in my eye, and I couldn't see from that. Things started closing in, and things started getting blurred. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks with my head in sandbags and
oh my
immobile.
God.
But it just, yeah, we're not going to get into that. I'm fine. I mean, I had perfect vision, but I was hospitalized. And I do remember my sister. Kids couldn't come up to visit the wards back then, but they had closed circuit TV, and I remember seeing my sister down in the waiting room really upset because I was in the hospital on her birthday. But I think that was normal, maybe. She was just, bummer, we have to sit here because, my sister's in the hospital, about to lose her eye. But yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, how many siblings do you have that are narcissistic?
The 2 older sisters and the youngest brother.
And you? There's no other
And
kids?
then there's me. And my other sister was she was a victim all the time. She played victim all the time. And she just was desperately used by the oldest 2 in their daily fights. And I just, first of
Well,
all, I couldn't
wait
see
a
anything.
minute. J-May, do you think your siblings, did they often fight each other and bully each other? I mean, even when Jules mentioned, children who are bullied, I was thinking, did your siblings bully each other?
Well, they fought all the time. I think what I notice now looking back is the second sister wanted to dominate everything in the family always. And the oldest sister felt like she was always being usurped. And so they would try to get along. And the oldest sister was a little nicer to me than the second sister. But there was a power struggle there between those 2 oldest girls. And they'd always loop my other sister in. And
Yeah.
since I avoided them like the plague, and I couldn't ever participate in things as deeply as they could because, when we were playing pinochle, I couldn't read the cards. So I had years of eye exercises and things and an eye surgery and in one eye. And then I had to wear really, really thick glasses. And my siblings made fun of me and called me bottle bottoms. But my mom came in my room every day and talked to me and said they don't determine who you are and how you feel about yourself. And they're just saying this because they don't know how to handle it. That you have something, an issue that you have to deal with, and they care about you, but they don't know how to deal with it. And my mother built me up every day. And there were times when she would see what they were doing to me and she would intervene. But most of the severe abuse happened outside of her awareness. So
Yeah.
and my mother was absolutely, I called her Jesus with a uterus. I really did, to her face as an adult, and she loved it
Yeah.
because she was the most loving, compassionate, empathetic person in the world, most giving, most fair.
And
And
you were the one, because I know you've told me this before, you were the one that ended up taking care of your mom when she
Yeah,
got.
because they took turns taking her house and putting it in their name and borrowing against it, and then the oldest sister finally took control, and put her in a home and took the rest of her money market and rented her house out for like 1/5 of its rental value to a friend of hers. And then my mom called me and said, "Get me out of here. I want to go home." And she didn't have any money, so I spent most of my 401k getting her back home. And I'm really happy because those were the 4 best years of my life.
Yeah.
I don't have any regret.
A caregiver, the most rewarding experience, as difficult as it is, no regrets. No
None.
regrets.
Well, and she was really high functioning. She had hip replacements and she walked slow, but she was fully mentally, her mental acuity was fine. She just had a real danger of falling. So it wasn't like I had to lift her out of a wheelchair and put her into bed and to put her in the bath or anything. She could still do those things. But I got to wake up every day with my favorite person in the world. And we laughed. Most of our day was spent laughing. And it was the best 4 years of my life. And my kids said, even better than raising us. And I said, oh, hell yes. My
Yeah.
mom was a joy to be with. And it was my privilege. And then after she passed, I didn't know about her will because after her other 3 children had all taken over her paperwork for years, I vowed I would never put my name on anything of hers. And I didn't want to know. Um, but I inherited everything. So I sold her house and what was left of the antiques and stuff. And then my sister, that second sister, who's the total narcissist, sued me. And it could have cost me 2/3 of my inheritance to make her go away, or I could just pay her 35,000 and get rid of her. But the nerve after she'd ripped my mother off, and after I spent most of my life savings taking care of our mother, it was
Did,
just
did your
unreal.
mom did your mom punish in any way your siblings for their bad behaviors towards you?
Yes, and I got blamed for it. She refused to take their phone calls, and when she did, when they called from someone else's number to try to trick her, they would say, "Well, we want to come over and take you to lunch." And she did go to lunch once with my oldest sister, but my sister took her to the bank and tried to get her to change all her bank accounts to joint with her.
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
about when you were growing up, though. Were they disciplined for picking on you?
Oh yeah, when my mom caught them, but she made, in fact, when I came home with patches, she sat them all down and she put a patch on each one of their left eyes and said, "This is what your little sister has to deal with now. I want you to understand what life is like for her, and I want you to be good and kind and gentle to her and help her." And I think that somehow that attitude that my mother had expectations of them toward me really tilted the dynamic in their development because I was fine. And it turned out that I, my siblings were always saying to me, even when they were in their 60s, "Well, you were mom and dad's favorite." And I always thought my mom and dad didn't have favorites. But now I look back on it, and yes, I was. And that was because I was respectful and obedient and helpful, and I didn't cause trouble. I was a
Mm.
good kid. So I think, and yes, I did bail my mom out. So I accept the title of favorite now, but I just can't. Our family was not the family that you thought would be exploded by narcissism, but it was. And I just have always wondered.
On the outside, like the overt narcissist versus the covert, like on the outside, your family looked fine.
Oh my God, my sisters were the most popular girls in school, and Miss Merry Christmas, and I'm rallying, and da 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 da. They were everything. And then along comes their ugly little sister with big old thick glasses, and they actually told me, "Don't tell people you're our sister," at school, because they were embarrassed by me because I had thick glasses.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and when I told my mom that, she'd go in their rooms and talk to them, but she didn't catch half of what went on between them and I, because my grandmother, my dad's mom, lived with us, and she was dying for years, and and we took care of her. And my mom loved that woman. They were like mother and daughter. It was beautiful. But my mom was very busy with 5 kids, a husband that worked 2 jobs, and a dying mother-in-law, and so she couldn't see everything. But, I just couldn't figure out if narcissism is passed down. My parents weren't narcissists. How'd they get it?
I think, well, Jules mentioned earlier that a lot of times if a child is bullied, it doesn't have to be in the home. That's one factor, I guess, from outside sources, from being bullied at school.
Oh no, they were the princesses. They were actual queens. Yeah, they were the most popular girls ever. And what used to drive me nuts, because I once I did get my vision corrected to the point where I could, see normally I still can't see without my glasses, but I got mouthy, like when Linda would yell at me and call me stupid and ugly. And then when her boyfriend had come to the door and she'd be fighting with Sue, and they're having fist fighting, hair pulling fights. And then the doorbell would ring, and it'd be Linda's boyfriend, and she'd go to the door and go, "Hi, come on in." And I go, "Really? Really? You were just pulling Sue's hair, fighting over navy blue knee socks." And I would humiliate her because I was mad. I wasn't going to put up with her crap anymore. And so I always mouthed off. Once I got to be about 9 or 10, I just didn't take it anymore.
Dee, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, I was thinking there's a big debate, and has been for years, about, is narcissistic personality disorder based on nature or nurture?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it goes both ways, honestly. Personally, I've always thought there are kids that I believe are born with it. And maybe they have perfect parents, but their brain is just wired that way. Because it really is a brain wiring thing, if you think about it. It's really their perception of life and how they feel about everything, really. Because narcissism, the very definition of it is that it is pervasive, which means it is in everything they do, everything they think, the way they treat people, their perceptions. That can be something that's there from birth, as far as I'm concerned. I have a daughter, and I swear she was like that from birth. Now, there's a difference, though, because in my family, my ex-husband is a narcissist and was diagnosed as one. But I have known families that are similar to, is it J May? Is that who's up here?
Yes.
That are similar to your family, where, the parents were good as gold, and several of the children turned out to be tyrants. I mean, it happens. I don't know if we can really explain why it happens. I think maybe what Jules was saying earlier about, I don't know how much discipline was, really going on in your family. If everybody that was, bullying you was kind of getting away with it, that's giving them a subtle message that, well, we're just, we're going to do what we want. As long as mom doesn't see it, we can do it. And you became the scapegoat and the resented one because you did get mom's attention. And I've heard of that happening too, where there's a child that has some kind of disability. All the focus is on that child, and the other kids become resentful and punish the child. I've heard of that a lot.
They do, they do believe that, narcissistic personality disorder may be linked. They say may be linked to, environmental, in like parent-child relationships that are, like I talked earlier about, like the spoiled child with excessive adoration or excessive criticism. And also they do mention genetics. So it's similar. It sounds like it's similar to like addiction, that people can be predisposed to it. Like the narcissist, we know they lack something in their brain, the empathy. Or, well, they do say narcissists have some empathy. It might not be that authentic, where a psychopath has no empathy. But I believe, like you said, nature versus nurture. I think it's a little bit of both. And if
Yeah.
you're predisposed to it, you know, maybe, you know, growing up as the golden child or the child that's bullied from classmates, sets it off, you know.
Yeah. Plus, Jamie, was your mom around much? Did
All
she
the time.
work?
No, she didn't work outside the home. She was always home.
Interesting.
And my sisters were very cunning. But I always noticed, I mean, I was like 6 when I realized Linda is poisonous. This is a
Mhm.
poisonous person. I must avoid her at all costs. Like,
Wow.
she seemed dangerous to me. She would
Yeah.
act real perfect, and she behaved as if she were gifted and the princess of the world, but she was so mean. But in a way, it worked in my favor because it made me very empathetic towards others and very tender and always putting myself in their shoes and trying to
Mhm.
understand where that behavior is coming from, because hurt people hurt, you know. And I was my dad really um my dad just liked me because I had personality and my sisters were phonier.
Hmm.
And I know he liked me better, and I treated him with high regard and respect all the time, even in his old age when he had Alzheimer's. And they never did. They dismissed him all the time because he was gone so much. He had a company of his own in the day that he was building when we were little, and then he worked at night at the racetracks, at the horse dog track. You know, he had a big family to support, so he was gone all the time. But
Well, that can also affect the whole narcissism thing too. When one parent is absent, sometimes that gives like a subtle message that something's missing. We have to kind of take care of ourselves, whether it's the mother or the father. That could have
yeah, well,
something to do with it.
it could. My dad was my parents were very clear about the rules of the house and the rules of behavior. So we
Mhm.
all knew what our expectations were. And so I'm a 50s baby. So I had the late end of the 50s. And so I kind of grew up in the wait till your father gets home. And so
Mhm.
even though he wasn't there, when mom did tell him something that one of them did, um, it was not pleasant for that person. He would be in
Mm.
their room and we would hear it. And we all said, "Ooh, we don't want to do that. Don't get dad smoked up," you know.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, they did the best they could, but they weren't abusive, or they didn't have a lot of disorders, you know.
Yeah.
And so I've always been curious how I think my second sister is the one who poisoned the whole family.
Mm.
She really did. And I just feel like I'm lucky because of my life experience. I'm a very compassionate and caring person. And I would never, I'm very careful about people's feelings because I know what it's like to have people stabbing at you all the time.
There's so much that goes into shaping personalities too. You know, it's like having, I think the lady said this, or maybe I heard this earlier, that you can have a family with several different siblings, and based on what they experience, they're going to perceive their childhoods in different ways. So I have a daughter out of 4 daughters that she controls the whole family dynamic. If she
Mhm.
doesn't want somebody around, her sisters will go, okay, fine, we're not going to invite that person. That's how it's always been. And that's very common when you have that control dynamic, whether it's 1 or 3 kids or whatever. We don't always know why that is. I think there's a lot they're still learning about narcissism, and maybe there's some psychopathy involved in your family with those girls.
I
And
think
if
there definitely is with number 2, sister number
yeah, and
2.
if that's the case, then that they're pretty much determining that that is a nature thing, not a nurture thing. You're born with that. They've proven that on scientific tests of the brain.
Well,
So
you know, when I
possible.
was a little girl, I was 2 years old and my dad moved down to Yuma, where our whole family did, to for him to run a racetrack down there.
Mm.
And when I was just in a crib, and I remember waking up with spiders all over me because my
Ooh.
sister Linda used to come in and break up saltine crackers in my bed.
Mm.
And that would attract bugs. And my mom would come in to get me out of the crib, and I'd be covered in bugs and crackers. And
Oh,
she knew Linda was doing that. And Linda was only 5 then, and I was 2. So
Mhm.
I think she was born with some kind of ugly in her.
Mhm.
But I just feel blessed that the rest of my life I don't have to have her in it.
What did your mom do during that?
Well, well, Linda blamed Kathy. Linda blamed the 3rd sister. So,
Oh.
Linda said, I saw her do it. I saw her do it. And I was only 2, so I didn't really know what was going on. You
Mhm.
know, my mom told me all this later.
So that's an early sign of projecting. That's what she was doing. She was projecting it onto somebody else. I saw that in my daughter. When I would scold her, she would turn around and hit her sister, which is also a form of projection. I would scold her because she was the one doing something, and she
Okay,
would get mad, literally turn around and start pounding on her sister as if she was the one that did it. And that was young. She was like 2.5 years old when I saw that.
Whoa.
And I do think you can see that very young.
Well, I don't remember it per se because I was younger, but my mom described incidences that involved Linda that make me wonder if she was absolutely born this way, and there might be some psychopathy in there because she's a real devious, horrific person. It's scary. She's scary.
I often wonder if undiagnosed oppositional defiant disorder becomes something like that, because I
That's what-
swear my daughter had that. I mean,
That's
she
why
ripped her
I'm-
sister's back open with a set of janitor keys.
Oh, geez.
Oh yeah, she was terrible.
That sounds, yeah, Jules, right? That
That-
sounds like a little bit psychopathy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That-
that's true. When we were coloring when I was 5, and I was coloring with the black crayon, and I had to put my eyes right down on the color book to see, even with these new glasses, because I had to learn how to have vision, you know. So I was I always sat close to the TV and I colored right down on the paper. And she said, I want the black crayon. And I said, just a minute. And she stabbed me in the arm with a pencil and it broke off. I still have that pencil lead in my arm.
Oh my
And I
God.
just remember just being instantly terrified of her. Like, huh? What that was like not the proper
So what,
response.
Jamie, by the way, Jenny's up here. Thanks, Jenny, for coming up and
Hi, everyone.
Jamie, when that happened, what was the discipline for your sister for that?
Well, she got spanked and sent to her room. And mom was in there with her for about a half an hour. And then she came out and then tended to my wounds. And my granny was already helping me with my bleeding arm. And
Did your sister apologize?
Well, she was made to apologize, but you could tell she was just spitting mad that she had to.
Pink, could I just ask, sorry, I've forgotten the other lady's name.
Just call her Dee Dee. Dee is in
D. Okay,
D.
hi, Dee. That's exactly why I thought I'd jump on panel to
I'm
ask
glad you did.
about ODD, because a lot of this, I think ODD's very underdiagnosed and very unknown.
Agreed.
Particularly in marginalised, in my history of career, I've worked with a lot of adolescents that are marginalised, disadvantaged, mental health, substance abuse, removed from the home, things like that. And we used to see a little bit of ODD, which was very frightening, but only at the really, I don't know, I've forgotten, sociopath or psychopic end of the scale. I forget which. I think it's psychopic end of the scale, they say, and it is really frightening. And some of these traits that I was hearing with the narcissistic siblings did sound to me like a mild form or an extra, whatever form of ODD. And it is such a challenge. It is really hard work. And I've mentioned before that my grandson doesn't show a lot of empathy. and we were actually having him diagnosed in case he was ODD, which was very frightening when I started recognising traits. But fortunately, he doesn't have, but he's probably just a bit on the spectrum and needs to learn anyway, different behaviours. But if you don't get it when it's young, it only gets worse.
Yep.
And it's a very frightening thing. But also his parents, my daughter and my son-in-law, are the best parents, sincerely. And even the psychiatrist, my doctors, everyone says it's just a joy to see the right parents matched with the right children, because they're very much a team and very much work and do whatever they need to do. But his tantrums, nothing will stop them. Once they start, we have to physically, he becomes very dangerous. He's getting much better, I have to say, but as a 4-year-old, we'd have to lie on him, or he could smash a plate glass window and go through it potentially.
Yep, that was my daughter.
Yep. And, these things like saying, if you two don't stop fighting in the back, I can't concentrate and drive. We'll have to pull over, get out of the car and recalibrate. No, you could not get him out of the car. I would have had to physically injure him. We could sit there all day if he made up his mind. There was no point trying to discipline him in certain ways.
Exactly. I lived that. I know exactly what you're saying.
It's very sad. And the best parents, so I am ODD being a neurological disorder, I can't help thinking that some of these, what's been called as, narcissism in adolescence is actually ODD, undiagnosed, and it's really leaving it a bit late to start treating it at that age.
Right.
Is oppositional defiant disorder in the
DSM?
Yeah.
I reckon it should be. It's a diagnosable. It is. Doctors do diagnose it, whereas if it was some form of personality disorder, they would call it a BPD with these symptoms or whatever. But it's oppositional defiance.
People, I think a lot of people don't always know the acronyms. Is borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, and there's a newer term for that now, which is a bit more friendly. I'm just trying to think of. Oh,
really?
Emotional dysregulation disorder.
That's the one. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
How did I escape all that crap, all those acronyms? Because when I became a parent, because I had such horrific sibling experiences, I forged a brotherhood between my 3 sons. In every conflict, I would say, don't tell me what he did, tell me what you did in this argument. Tell me who did.
Yep. And a lot of sibling rivalry and fighting is normal and healthy. And I remember my kids one day in the back of the car again, and I said, I just can't drive. I am done with you kids fighting in the car, and we're pulling over, everyone's getting out. And as they got a little bit older, we did that for ages, and I never really paid attention to them both having a
But
giggle
they said,
at the end of it.
Mom, whatever you did, because one son has 4 kids, and he says, I want you to tell me what you did to forge that sense of
Uh-oh. Am I still here?
We're back. Yeah.
I think Jay May's just dropped out a little bit. She might pop back.
No, I think my internet may have done something. All right, we're here. If it does it again,
and that I had as a child, and I turned around, I said, I don't want that for my children. And I read books like crazy on how to, Strong Mothers, Strong Sons was one of my favorite books. But it's something that you can overcome and stop the cycle of if you're aware. But I didn't know all the acronyms that I had been dealing with. I just read everything I could about fostering self-actualized people and helping them forge healthy, loving relationships and bonds.
that's what all you needed to know. That's effective parenting. I think when we just start to search for things as parents, if we notice that our effective parenting is not producing the results we may have expected.
If
But that's
only my daughter could have been like that. ODD, it doesn't matter what you read. There is no stopping them.
There isn't. And I mean, with my grandchild, he's very hard to diagnose, but the psychiatrist is excellent. They're not rushing a diagnosis. Clearly on the spectrum, and they are saying not ODD.
how
So
old is he, Jenny?
he's turning 10 now. Or
Oh,
just turned 10.
yeah.
But this has gone on since he was about 4 or 5. And being a twin, it's a bit of a phenomenon. The other twin is the exact opposite. He's slightly, he's fairly dyslexic, but they're not diagnosing that yet. They're working on his ADHD, which I object to. I think they have to label his dyslexia to empower him and understand how to manage it and what a brilliance it can be, and it's the ability rather than disability, because it's not. But getting back to the ODD, with me growing up with the neurological disorder differences, ADHD and dyslexia undiagnosed, and my brother growing up, non-biological brother, growing up on the spectrum, very much on the spectrum, with, I would say, ODD, because I can never go near him. He'll still kill me as an adult if he ever sees me again. He's so enraged with me. But we're not biological. None of us. Well, my twins and I are. But what's happened is that both of them are opposite. So you've got this extreme empath, the dyslexic ADHD, which is common. And then we've got the one that's got really doesn't show empathy the way possibly he should, even though he loves animals, is absolutely brilliant with animals, and he just doesn't have the same empathy for people. And I started, and it's only slight, but it's enough for him by the age 4 and 5 to really start acting out in these tantrums. But I think also why it's hard to diagnose him, Dee, is because his brother is a real protective factor. They're so close that the one slightly ASD has a lot of friends and goes a lot of places. He's quite social on the face of it because he's with his brother, who's very social and got lots and lots of friends. And it's just that the kids and the parents that they know are so lovely that everybody gets along. And that's sort of holding up a lot of the diagnosis, I believe, because they keep saying, oh, look, we'd say he's this and that, but he's got so many friends, which is ridiculous. He's also got friends that are pretty geeky and nerdy, like water finds its own level. And anyway, it's such a challenge, May, getting back to what you were saying. We just do everything to, like you said, to build the self-actualization and the good, really a global citizen. But we only find out about these things when we're searching for the problems, I think. So not knowing about them.
When I was listening to you, I was actually getting teary because I just can't imagine how hard that must be for you. It's, these are your children and you love them. And there are such severe things that
I was shattered.
You can't just give them a vitamin, and my heart goes out to you and I'm sending you all my strength.
May, I'm going to send you some photos one day. We'll work out how to do that. I would love you to see them because they are so happy and such beautiful children. The sad, I'm not upset about it anymore myself because the parents are so magnificent. I know we'll get through this. I know that he's going to keep thriving and somehow we'll teach him how to be an empath and you know, and we just work out where he's at, where he's comfortable. And he's such an academic whiz. Like, we've got this complete academic that doesn't matter what word the other one and I say, we'll say, oh, how do you spell this? And he will spell a 25-letter long word from the age of 5. We go, where on earth did he get that from? He just learns out of thin air. And, you know, they've got some beautiful friends, but I just find it a phenomenon that they can be so opposite. And Dee Dee, the curious thing is they're always touching forearms. Nearly, or one's got their arm over the other one's shoulder, the tall one, and it's like two perfect halves make a complete whole. And they even share their best friend. Their best friend is our best friend. So there's like 3 of them. And I find it just amazing how the brain works different ways. And normally you would see with twins probably just 2 dyslexic or 2 on the spectrum, is in our experience at the hospital and the psychiatrist. But to have one of each and be like this perfect one is quite an amazing experience, J-May. It's got a lot of beauty to it and a lot of really rare moments that in watching their engagement and how they get on together is pretty special. So
good. That makes me happy.
Yeah, but thank you. Go on, sorry.
I can't imagine. You know, they say the good Lord gives us what we can handle, and thank God he gave me the tools to turn my ugliness into something positive for my kids.
Oh, you need to be so proud.
I don't think I could have gone through these struggles I hear other people have. I'm not competent enough, and it burdens my heart when I think of what people have to deal with and go through, and I feel really
but J-May, I think that your journey, even though it sounds horrific, especially knowing how awful, like seeing it in my home with my adopted brother, and with when the smaller of the twins was really acting out something chronic. It went on day and night. But I think we get the strength to manage those sort of things because of our past. And then on our happiest days, we can thank our past, actually, because without our history, we wouldn't have our kids as we know them. Like, I just think, thank God, whatever we go through has led me to this moment in time with this daughter, this son, and these grandchildren. And that's about the only thing that gets me through some years. We've had some pretty horrific experiences, but we're here today. And I don't even like saying everyone's happy and healthy. I can't. You just know that they are, and just keep going and enjoy the moment as much as we can, which is not hard. There's always someone worse off than us. And there's someone, I often think right now, while I'm worried about this small issue or that, there's, little babies in the women's hospital saying goodbye to their mums as we speak. And I just think, my God, we're so lucky to be here and have the opportunity to go through these experiences and what you've been through in absolutely breaking the cycle in your family is not, people don't have enough understanding around the duty to break negative cycles in parenting. And you've just done the most amazing job, J-May. I really love hearing you talk and hear about your family and your sons. It's just a really, like, I'm in awe of your effort.
Well, one thing I do want to share, and then I'm going to hop down and start reading about OOD, because I haven't read about
Thank you, Dee.
Yeah, but when I was raising my sons, once they became preteens and parenting, their dad was kind of absent and a bad influence when he was around. So I had total control. So what I told them was, look, you came through me, but you're going to go on and live your life. And what I want at the end of this parenting experience is that you're going to be a well-adjusted adult, and we can go from being mother and son to friends and proceed with our life as friends from then on. And I said that to them all the time whenever they would, lip off about, well, I don't like this discipline. Well, it's my job and I have to do it, so I'll like you later. Remember, we have to be friends. And my son came to me and he said, we went to the beach together, and we were sitting there at the brewery. He likes beer. I don't like it. And he says, Mom, look at us. We're friends.
Oh my
And
God.
it made me really happy. Yeah, that made me really happy. So I'm going to step down. God bless everybody who's dealing with things. And don't be afraid to reach out to anybody you can, your friends, your neighbors, somebody at church, your doctors. Don't feel like it's only.
Uh-oh. Look, J-May, thank you so much for coming up. It was
I
good.
always love listening to J-May.
Yeah. My question was, I hear some psychiatrists say, children shouldn't be diagnosed. What's that, J-May? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think J-May's having problems with her.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to get out of here. My dog's going ape.
I'll boot you. All right, thank you, J-May.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Love you
Bye,
too.
J-May. Thank you.
I'll keep.
Oops. Okay, so I've heard like different psychiatrists say, there's that age where children shouldn't be diagnosed before a certain age. It's confusing. And also my second point is that it's so important that parents recognize, how do you spread awareness? Like when you have a baby in the hospital, they give you the baby and you're out the door. That's it. You're on your own. And then we hear of all these horrific crimes and these children that seem to go under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, but like with the Jeffrey Dahmer case, I think we've evolved as a society at this point that we can at least say, you know what, it's not always the parents' fault, but we have to be cognizant of looking out for these behaviors. And if they don't feel right or look right, then, we shouldn't just brush it under the rug, so to say, or come up with excuses or, to save face or whatever. Because I truly believe that that if parents can start learning to recognize these behaviors and not ignore them, it would be an injustice to that child if we did ignore them, But at what point do you bring a child in to be evaluated? Because I've heard psychiatrists say, you can't until they're an adult because their brains are developing. And then I heard another psychiatrist say, the age of 10, or it's confusing. And it sends a message to society that, if a parent with very disruptive behaviors and they're thinking, well, he's just a kid,
Pink, in my experience, it's two different things. One is mental health, so bipolars or early psychoses or depression. The other one is neurological differences. So that would be the dyslexia, ADHD, ODD, the spectrum ASD. And that definitely needs to be as early as possible. And many don't diagnose under between the age of 6 and 8. But my twins, one was diagnosed at 5, and because I was insisting that I know this kid's dyslexic because there's many signs right from crawling. You can see different signs in a child, being ambidextrous, left-handed, struggling,
Right.
and
Yeah,
all of that. So for
I can
that,
see the
yeah,
neurological side of it, but I struggle with the psychological side of it because
it's actually liberating, because children will start to feel bad about themselves if they start to think they're just stupid because they can't spell the words everybody else can, or they can't write neatly. They could have graphylexia as well with the dyslexia, and they have, well, so the larger twin just got his pen license, for instance, at school, and he's been trying really hard for 2 years. That kid will never be able to write neatly because for 2 years with one teacher, he's tried every day. So she said to his mum a few weeks ago, I gave him his pen license. I can't expect this kid to be stressed and keep trying for the rest of his life to get his pen license. And
what's it
it's about his
like?
effort. Well, in school, they have pencils until they can write neatly, and then they're
Oh,
allowed to have their pen license. He will
I
never
see.
write neatly. And
I don't know.
I think that's just part of, some people have that with dyslexia.
Yeah.
They're also treating him as dyslexic because it's very obvious. He still writes letters back to front. He struggles with spelling, but we've got him reading really, really well and enjoying reading. And I've taught him how to read as a dyslexic, which is, predictively reading. If you don't know a word, keep going, and the word will make sense at the end of the sentence, or you won't even need that word. Rather than giving up his reading, which is what he was doing. And, he went for a long time where he just would not read because he was so upset with himself. So his ADD is now much more balanced in school because he's got his pen license. He knows he doesn't write neatly. There's no getting around it. He knows the teacher values his effort, and that way he can put more effort into his strengths. So it is very important for those neurological differences. And the same with ASD. People need to learn how to communicate with that person. And if the person can't say what it is or talk about it, then they can be very isolated and feel different again. But I think with the mental health aspect, it definitely needs to be older. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't be going to an adolescent or a child psychiatrist, because they can monitor, and that's how they may eventually, in the 20s, get a defined diagnosis. But in the meantime, they're having therapies to help deal with these things. They just don't have the diagnosis. So not diagnosing as opposed to not seeing a mental health clinician or psychiatrist or a neurological difference psychiatrist is very different. So I think that's why they're holding off they've seen the boys for about 5 years. So it is good to hold off and not quickly diagnose the wrong thing. But it's also very important to recognise and understand there is a difference, and that the person may struggle with different things, triggers. The school teachers need to be aware, friends need to be aware, and I think that's why the younger twin fits in, who's ASD, with the tantrums, which really don't happen that much at the moment. He's able to have a very fulfilled regular life, and we know that he's got some issues with things around texture or food or whatever. And he needs to have everything in order. He needs to know his routine. And there's sort of simple things that people can put in place so that they're not being triggered and having meltdowns all the time or refusing to go to school. What do you think, Dee? That's just what I think. I'm not an expert.
Dee, can you hear us?
Oh, say that again. I'm sorry.
I was just wondering what you think about what I've just said, because I'm not an expert. That's just my experience. Yeah.
Well, I
around.
mean, I think you're pretty spot on with what you're saying. And I'm just sitting here wondering, I know one of my daughters was dyslexic, and I'm
Mm,
trying to remember back if it was my daughter that I told you was acting out and stuff. It
yeah,
very well could have been. I'm pretty sure she's left-handed too.
yes.
So,
Well, can I say I'm a very big advocate. I'm working very hard with an organisation there's a few of us around the world, for quite a few now, we're trying to just all advocate, get together and really talk about it. I talk about it every day, dyslexia. And I came across someone yesterday that's undiagnosed dyslexic. And I know the symptoms and signs, and I know how to talk about myself in front of them so they can I'll just throw away lines like, can someone spell this for me, please? I'm dyslexic. I'll just give hints, and they'll end up saying, oh, this is what I do. This is what I do. And this is what I had to have a special teacher at school, but no one told me what was wrong, and blah, blah, blah. So I just point them, back to their therapist to ask them to do an assessment while you're at the therapist next time. But
mhm,
dyslexia doesn't go away, and we do need dyslexics in the world, the same as we need people on the autism spectrum. What we
right.
need to do is be able to help them, not cure it. Too much talk about curing it or fixing it. It's very much an integral part of life and very necessary. And what we need to do is, as a society, understand and learn to communicate with all people and not put people in the disabled box that shouldn't be there, because the best experts will say it's not a disability. But to get support, we have to go through disability services. Now, you will never get dyslexics going to a disability service because we know we're not disabled. And when you consider that every single thing that we rely upon every day was invented by a dyslexic, and the global leaders use dyslexics in their own staff deliberately,
Mhm, yep.
and
Why?
and
Why? That's
because of the problem solving and the extra emotional aware, a stronger emotional intelligence. The ASD has all the academic intelligence with not much or not as high as an emotional intelligence or life skills problem solving. We fit together
mm,
perfectly with them. We have all of that, and we learn out of thin air and off other people, basically, what we couldn't learn academically. And we don't learn in patterns. We have a much broader way of learning.
wow.
So
Yeah, makes sense.
you'll get Einstein, for instance, one of our greatest mathematicians, who was thrown out of school because he couldn't do his schoolwork. And the thing is that you won't get a dyslexic that can recite their times table ever up to a certain, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, not even 7 I couldn't do. And yet we get bashed all through school that we're idiots because we can't recite our times table. It's absolutely unnecessary. Who needs it? Like, there's other ways
Right.
to work out a
Mhm,
mathematical equation. I don't need a calculator. People rudely hand me a calculator because I'm dyslexic. I've already got the answer. We
mhm,
don't have to do, and just growing up, I think it's post World War II really that did all the damage, because all of a sudden we all had to go to school for the same length of time. And from age maybe 10 or 12 through till 17, the best psychiatrists will say we shouldn't even be in school. It's just as it is, the school system as it is. But
Yeah. Yeah.
fortunately, the school system, we're learning nothing. We're all dumbed down. We haven't had those significant inventions like flight or motor cars, which, the Ford brothers were dyslexic, and Ford was, sorry, and the Wright brothers and Walt Disney determined his whole childhood to make a picture move. And the artists like Spielberg and just all of them, they call DreamWorks dyslexic works in the US because George Lucas, Spielberg. It's just, and musicians. It's more an artistic, creative way of living,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a fascinating subject, and there are simple signs, but people still are scared to say they're dyslexic because they think they're stupid. And we did think we were stupid. I didn't go back to adult education until I was in my 40s. My daughter said to me, Mum, how are you going to go back to school? You can't even read. What are we going to do? I said, I'll work it out. And and now I know I'm a speed reader, and most dyslexics are speed readers.
Yeah.
And we read
I'm a speed
predictively.
reader, sort of. I'm working on it.
Yeah, I'm a speed reader too, but I'm not dyslexic.
I'm a
Yeah,
true
no, you
crime-
don't have to be.
crime speed reader.
Yeah, you don't have to be dyslexic to be a speed reader, but people assume we can't read, and we are.
Right.
We are very
Yeah.
fast readers, and we just have to learn. The amount of years we spent trying to concentrate on one paragraph in a geography book, that I'm still traumatized sitting at that kitchen table every night for a week to get to paragraph 2 and be able to recite back to my father what it said. It never happened. I just failed geography, but history, the way we were taught history had no meaning to us whatsoever.
Right.
And yet I teach people Australian history, and they're fascinated. They go, I never knew. I tell them the stuff I know they want to know that's useful for their life, because the past has everything to do with the present. And it's really valuable to
When I
people.
was in school, they seemed to teach us more about, I knew more about cavemen than I did my own country.
Yes. And well, we knew all about the British wars. Well, I know nothing about them because I didn't take them in. I couldn't absorb anything. And imagine trying to teach me about, what rank a soldier is. I was like, who cares? How is that going to help me? But I'm not passing my exams. So,
Yeah.
I got given an art project for maths. The teacher said to my mother, I'll pass her if she's going into an apprenticeship, which I did because that's what we did. There was nowhere else for us to go. So I did hairdressing, not very well, I might add. And so I had to do a straight line drawing, a circle made out of straight lines, which you just keep going across, and then anyway. So I passed maths. Ridiculous. Anything to get us out of the class.
Yeah.
And look at Richard Branson. He's a magnificent advocate for dyslexics. He backed the page which is called Made by Dyslexia, which is a play on the world is made by dyslexics, like light bulbs.
Are you talking about Sir Richard?
Oh yes, he just laughs at people, but he still needs his chief financial advisor to draw him little pictures sometimes in board meetings. He's fabulous.
Yeah.
He was kicked out of the best schools everywhere because they don't want their numbers down. Instead of doing a different curriculum that would suit us and having their numbers soar, they throw you out of school. So that was really, I trace it back to about when we all had to go to school until the age of, I think, 16, then it was up a bit higher. And oh God, thank God I left when I just turned 15.
Anyone who doesn't know, Richard Branson is he's a British billionaire and an entrepreneur, and
yes, he was the richest solo business owner in the whole European Union at some ridiculous young age. He just built that many businesses and just, getting the right people to assist him. He had all the ideas. But there's the same with IKEA. Who else would think of flat packing furniture to get it home, save trouble and time and money? Of course, And
Branson has dyslexia, for those of you who don't know. And I believe he wasn't very good in school because of that. I don't know if he was a dropout or not, though.
Yeah, it depends on the age. They started to get a little bit better. Probably, the last decade, things have been getting better in schools. But we've also opened schools for alternate learning. for kids that do drop out of school to try and re-engage them in school. So that's very free learning, or free style of learning, and tailored to the kids' needs, which is fabulous. But yeah, there's a lot of work being done at the moment. And I've got a friend who's a multi-millionaire, and he only hires dyslexics for certain roles, and he's been doing that for 20 years.
Wow.
So one young girl, I'll never forget, Rachel, many years ago, he noticed her typing, there were so many mistakes, and she was always getting, worried about it. She was in like a typing pool. So he pulled her out and gave her other things to do. She's been his chief financial officer for about 15 years. And she just thrives at it, but also because of the people skills. So she can talk to his creditors and talk to his debtors, get money coming in, put off paying money. She's just got the knack. And, she really, and he said he will only ever hire this. When he recognises it, he'll grab the person and start putting them in the right department. And it is interesting, but I think with the narcissism, getting back to the ODD, I really believe that if children are really acting out and they've got what's often misdiagnosed as ADHD, ADD doesn't exist anymore. That's a whole other story. So people who have been diagnosed with ADD are now ADHD automatically. I think that schools and healthcare providers need to learn much more about it, and that parents, they should have the health nurses.
Thank you. Sorry, Dee has to go.
Yeah, all right. Listen, I'm going to jump down so you could say goodbye to Dee. And thank you, Dee, very much. I'm glad.
Dee has to head off. She's got an appointment in the morning, and then she's got to go to work. Dee, thank you so much again for coming up. I appreciate it. Oh, she bounced down. Go ahead, Jen. Yeah, you can stay.
Oh, all righty. So I know this is a strong statement, but I fully believe that if, people need to be, or healthcare providers, teachers, blah, 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 need to be firmer about parents taking their child for an evaluation, because it is, in Australia, I saw Jules write I forget how she worded what ODD is. So it's oppositional defiance disorder. Whatever you say, it will be wrong most of the time. You can't say anything right. They oppose adults predominantly, and it's hard to imagine that's a neurological disorder. It just really is. But I always thought it was trauma-based, which it can be, but it actually is a neurological disorder. And I think some of that narcissism is misdiagnosed. Some of the ADHD is misdiagnosed. And if they don't get it, that is where we get the sociopath. It's the precursor to psychopathy, basically.
There's a lot of people that I personally know of that, it seems like everyone I know tells me they have ADHD, right?
It's very prevalent.
The only criteria in my area, anyway, in being in the medical field, is you're given a questionnaire. There's like 20 questions on it. It's yes or no based on, can you sit still and watch a movie, an hour movie? The questions are so generalized, and that's to determine if you have ADHD, and then you're given a script of Adderall. I think it's I
agree.
Changed in the last 5 or 6 years, but a lot of people can fake it too, with
absolutely. I fully agree. What we know, I was one of those that resisted being called ADHD because of the negative connotations. You imagine these really naughty kids or horrible people being just always pushing the bar higher and higher. And so I really resisted. I was shocked. I thought, no, I'm ADD. So what we used to say was that ADD is for life, the attention deficit disorder. ADHD can be cured. No, what was happening was that children were learning to recalibrate and manage their situations as an adult, but they still had the deficit around oh, I've lost. Anyway, I'll move on from that. What it is, so they've worked out that you can be lethargic ADHD because we actually burn out, and I'm a lethargic ADHD, and you can, like, we can still struggle with all the same issues, like voice. I hate the sound of my voice. I can't, and I really get a bit traumatized when I hear it back. And if I get nervous, I just spew all this garbage and talk so fast that it's just painful. And people often pick on us. They either love our voice or they hate it. There is no in between. So we're often being told, oh my God, is she talking again? And I can't stand her accent and all of this. And I hear it a lot. But then I hear people that say really lovely things about it too. They say, oh, I love your voice. It's smoky. I thought, it's not smoky, is it? I don't know. Anyway, so we have the speech patterns, and even if we're tired a lot of the time, and we'll have the lack of focus and lack of concentration. We need to recalibrate very often during the day. So workplaces will allow the person to go outside for 10 minutes every hour, just walk in the fresh air, but you don't even need 10 minutes. 5 minutes is enough. Just get up, walk out and come back. But so what ADHD is the brain struggling to sit in the right side or the left side. So if you're a dyslexic ADHD, our brain sits in the left, where simply all dyslexia is a left-hand brain thinker. So our brain struggles to sit in the right-hand side, which is the academic side. So it's trying to sit in the right, flicking over when we're doing academic work or writing or whatever, and it's flipping back constantly to the left. So that's the hyperactivity, the brain flipping, bang, 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 bang. It's like a ping pong match. So if we're doing creative work and learning the way we learn, it's sitting nicely in the left where it wants to be. So if you've got someone ASD, that's usually more, they've got the academia and all of that, their brain will be sitting in the right most of the time and then flipping to the left and back and forth. So they can also be ADHD. But that's all ADHD is, the brain trying to, the way the brain moves from side to side and where it sits or where it struggles to sit. And that's
in Australia, Jenny, in Australia, is ADHD considered a disability where
everything's under the disability? Yes,
but
if we
get
wanted
paid here, if you're diagnosed with ADHD, and a lot of people I knew, you know, oh, my husband has it, I have it, my 3 kids have it, and we're all on disability. And I'm like,
yep.
like, and the testing again is so basic.
You know,
I mean, you go in and fake it as an adult.
I know a fake ADHD at a million miles, you know, let me tell you. And I think that, you know, maybe as we fight to get the neurological differences recognised and supported and taken out of disability and have its own category, then we're going to be able to say, well, have you had your brain scan? And we want to see how that works, or you might have to be wired up, and that will fix that problem. But until we recognise and then advocate for the change and for the correct diagnosis and the correct terminologies and the correct understanding around, we're not going to cure this thing. What would happen if we cured it and you know, everyone's going to be just on the same level. Life's not going to have those artistic, creative geniuses or those academic geniuses on the other side. So anyway, yeah, I fully agree. I don't know that we get away with it in Australia as much, because I couldn't just go and get medication. I'd have to go back to a psychiatrist and have another full screen. And I don't take medication because I smoke, and I think my arteries are hard enough, and I would love to take medication, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
but
there are people out there who deservingly so require medication, but I find from my
no,
experience
they're yeah.
at work, it's like everybody says they have it, and I'm like, you know,
If they're
why this
speeding,
jump?
yeah, if they're a bit racy and if they're speeding on medication, they don't need it. But if people are just, you should be like, I'm a bit speedy now, it would slow me down to normal. So it just brings you back to a normal, as normal as you can be in terms your focus increases. I've tried it a couple of times because I was busting to see if it would be useful. So I have pinched other people's, but I just thought it's a bit of an amphetamine and I've already got a bit of high blood pressure and I smoke. So, I don't need to, I can either give up the cigarettes or take that and that's another thing, ADHD's, the hardest to give up smoking because we do use it to recalibrate. I'll go outside for a puff on a cigarette. People say, have you already had your cigarettes? I only have a few puffs, but that's what I use to recalibrate. And according to the Quit Line and all the, the Stop Smoking campaigners and counsellors say there's a huge affiliation with ADHD and smoking and yeah, but no, too many people did just want the what we call what do we take here? Starts with R. I can't think.
Ritalin.
Ritalin. Yep. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Ritalin. Or the housewives were spring cleaning on it every year. It's like,
Well,
I've got to
my
go and get the.
understanding, if you don't have true ADHD and you take those medications, it's like a speedball. I mean,
Well, that's right. Yes, if they're speeding, you'll know
right,
that they're not ADHD.
right. But
If
they get away
yeah,
with it. I mean,
I know.
the psychiatrist has to evaluate first and diagnose, and then from there, for all your refills, the your GP provider is the one who
Yep.
prescribes it thereon after, and it's like,
That's right.
wow.
That's pretty much the same here, but we do have more requirements around having medication reviews. The thing we had the most trouble with in Australia many years ago, when the Ritalin was first, was a big thing, was the mothers taking the kids because the mothers couldn't get it. And we had all these wild kids at school, and then the doctors raising the amount because the kids aren't behaving. But blood testing, I think that was going to come into it at one stage. I'm not sure if it did, because taking, and I know a lot of women that used to, just grab one of Jack's pills, or do you want one? And I said, what about the kid? Terrible.
And I'll tell you, if someone takes it and they're not ADHD and it makes them racy, it is so dangerous. It is deadly.
Yep,
it
definitely.
changes the behavior. It enlarges the heart. And it's to be on it long term like that. When it gives you that hyperactivity, which it's not supposed to, it's a death sentence. I know a lot of people on it who have been on it a long time who obviously don't need to be on it.
So it doesn't cross-tolerate, it doesn't fit into your body because it doesn't have a need. So it's like excess that your body doesn't use.
And it's
very dangerous.
Indicated here in the physician's desk reference that it's not to be prescribed to anyone with a history of addiction.
Oh, absolutely. The same with opiates in hospital. True, absolutely. Yep. And it's very, that's why we had to take all of the pseudoephedrine out of over-the-counter medications.
Same here.
Because,
we had, it's available, but you have to ask for it and give your driver's license.
Oh, true. Actually, you do, because I got some, the cold and flu, and they point to and I go, no, that won't help my sinus. I need the behind-the-counter one. Yeah, and now we have to not just show our license. Just very recently, they've made it that the license has to be like on a national thing, so you can't chemist hop. So they actually take the license. I haven't needed to do it. I haven't done it, but they It has to be on file, some file. So
Yeah.
yeah, which is, you know, a good thing, because it makes you just as nuts as the illegal speed
Yeah,
or
here
amphetamine.
they call it the drug prescription monitoring program, which
Okay. Yep.
which doctors and even nurses have access to. When refills are given, it's mandatory that that file is checked to make sure that they're not receiving the prescription from other doctors.
Okay, so that's what.
Shopping. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just started here. I think before it used to be you just had to show the chemist, and so they might keep it on their local file, but you know, you could go to another chemist and get it. But yeah,
Right.
no,
But so
it's
not
really
only
tightened up.
yeah, the pharmacy, so it's double checked. So we would check it. This is when years ago when I worked for a provider, but we would check the registry before we would prescribe it. And then once the pharmacy receives the prescription, they double check the registry to make sure that, and it will list, because you have to show your license for that controlled substance, it will list the doctor, you know, if it was filled, if you had another prescription, if it was filled anywhere else or prescribed anywhere else. And that's that's our whole country. So it covers the United States. So if you go to California and you live on the East Coast and you happen to go to the emergency room and get a narcotic, and yet you come back to Boston and say, you know, you also get a monthly, whatever it is. They can tell by this registry that you were in California and you filled a prescription for that.
Yeah, and I don't even think also they have a look at what other medication you're taking too. Because when I had to get some for my sinus, they said, oops, you're on blood pressure tablets. I said, yeah. I said, but they're so low in my blood pressure. I just need to take some, I need the Sudafed for 2 days. That's it. So they gave me like a small amount. But, you know, when it's just so bad, your sinus, you know, it'll tip over to what do you call it, an infection.
They control the amount you get?
Well, the chemist agreed. I don't know if it's a standard thing, but she agreed to give me a couple for a couple of days. So, you know, I just said, I've got to go to work overnight and I've got the screaming sinus. I just need it. And said, yeah. But I think they really don't. They're very careful about what other medications you're on, even if you've got your license registered and you haven't overused it. They won't give it to you if you're on certain medications.
Oh, because we get it here, but the chemist doesn't.
Blood pressure.
You so many pills. It's available in a box from the manufacturer.
Oh yeah, no, we get it in a box, but she was kind of just helping me out and being really nice because they're close to work, knew what I did for work, and you know, needed to get rid of this headache. Or this, you know, that the sinus was causing. But they just won't give us, like, no chemist would give it to me anymore now. It's really tightened up because I'm on blood pressure medication. They're not allowed to give it to you. So they've there's other medications too. I don't know what they are, but you just can't get it. So but we used years ago, oh my God, it was over the pharmacy counter all the time. I didn't even know it was bad for you. It used to be in those diet pills back when I was young. I thought, this is great. I'm not even hungry. And before I knew it, I stopped, like I lost some weight. I was very young. Before I knew it, the withdrawal was horrendous. And I didn't know what it was. Like, I had no clue I was withdrawing from whatever was in the diet pill. It was shocking. Migraines and throwing up, but that all got cancelled probably 30 or 40 years ago. The over-the-counter diet things and other things that it used to be in, which is a good thing because someone I know had a speed habit and their veins actually burst. Like they just started bleeding from all their veins and actually died, but had this complication that's, it's really not a good drug. But I think if you've got ADHD, and it cross-tolerates with your body and does what it's supposed to do.
Exactly.
It works but I just thought I don't want to, I've thought about it over the years, but because I've got that little bit of high blood pressure and have a cigarette, you can't overdo everything. I mean, and I don't drink for that reason either. I mean, you can have a few vices, but not all of them, is my philosophy. It's just
Right,
like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh my, yeah, it's funny. All right. But this is a really great topic. And when I
Yeah.
was listening about the narcissistic parents, I thought, oh, my parents had issues, but they were great parents, and certainly, I think I've told you, my mum was a complete helicopter mother, like to the extreme, to the unhealthy extreme. But it made me realise that my grandmother was a narcissistic. The stories I heard about her, my father's mother I never met, she died before I was born, but the stories that I heard about her and how she treated my auntie and how she treated dad was the golden child, and the difference in both of them is
Right.
like amazing. But she was a tyrant of a woman to my auntie, like shocking. And she had to be a narc for sure, without a doubt. And it's just, I used to just think, I'm glad I didn't know this woman. But yeah, it's really horrible. I would,
Yeah, isn't it amazing? I mean, just
yeah.
learning, we can learn so much more now than we could decades ago. And to me, I think it's empowering. Like I said,
Definitely.
I'd rather put
Yeah.
my focus and energy into recognizing these disorders,
Yeah.
instead
Yeah.
of struggling with yeah.
I think, Pink, that you're absolutely right. There's no harm in taking our children to have an assessment if we think
Mhm.
something, like, we don't have to do what the doctor says. And it is unlikely that you would you would never get a diagnosis here on your first visit, or maybe even your sixth visit. It'd be over a year or more. Unless it was really critical, they might ask to see the child more often, but they'll observe and see them every 3 months or 6 months just to see how their development's going, but recommend maybe a family behavioural type psychologist where they can talk to the child or observe the child, or ask mum and dad how they're disciplining or how they're not disciplining, and they can often work through things and see if that improvement happens or any change happens for the family before they see the psychologist next time. So there's no harm in people feel a bit ashamed because other people go, oh my God, they're so worried, just let them be kids. I mean, that old catchphrase. But
Yeah.
these kids are at high risk. The only reason we started the ADHD twin on a very, very small dose, half a slow release tablet, which lasts 4 hours in the mornings at school, was because his behaviour was changing. As I was saying earlier, he just had to put so much effort into everything, and he felt so different before we knew what was really going on. And
Yeah.
the psychiatrist said, I'm going to recommend medication only because he's got the best personality. He's so intelligent. He's so loving and caring and got so many friends. I can see his behavior changing, and we don't want to lose that social life for him. He'll be bothering people. Sure enough, this year he's bothering people. So they're going to give him the second half of the tablet for the afternoon at school. So, and for risk. So safety factor is huge with ADHD kids. The things they do without thinking, oh my God, some of the stuff we see him do, and there is a real concern around safety with these kids in adolescence. So medication for safety is probably the primary reason that they'll be given medication in adolescence, even with the psychotherapy or behavioural sort of, nothing stops them, nothing gives them that break, that couple of second break to think about, is this going to be wise jumping off the roof of the garage, while all the kids are cheering me on? They'll just get up and do it. It's just
Does Australia have universal health care?
Yeah, we have what Medicare. Medicare is our public health system, and it's not bad.
I think one of the issues in the United States is health insurance.
Oh, shocking. I don't know how you live with that. I have to pay a lot more tax if I haven't done health insurance for whatever reason that year, because I'm ADHD and don't look after myself. But if I forget to upgrade or whatever I have to do at tax time, then I'm paying a lot of money the next year, because if I earn over a certain amount, I've got to pay for my money out of my tax.
So here,
it costs me the same.
In my state of Massachusetts, it is, we have a great healthcare system here. It's the law that every citizen of Massachusetts has to have health insurance. So there's Medicaid for those who, just can't afford health insurance, who aren't working. But the thing is, if you don't get health insurance, because there are people that are, between a rock and a hard place, they make too much money, but yet they can't afford the premiums, and they don't qualify for assistance. And if you don't, if you're without health insurance for more than 3 months, you're penalized by the state and have to pay $250 a year. If
That's
you don't
really cheap.
have health insurance,
we're paying thousands. And the silly thing is, it would cost me thousands for the year to have the best private. So which reminds me, I'm going to have to look into it again. But there's years, there's times I've had it, and there's times I haven't. But I'm paying either way, and it probably works out a little bit cheaper. And you certainly get you don't have to wait in long queues to see a specialist for 6 months or something. So it is beneficial to have it, but only, there's some years I thought I wasn't going to work much, so I haven't had it. And then they've ended up calling me back and asking me to do some project or work in a particular thing. And I just think, oh my God, I'm $3,000 over the limit. Never occurred to me about the health insurance. So I'm paying thousands. I may as well have not gone back to work for 3 of the 6 months. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
So, which is the other problem with ADHD. If people have got a lovely clean house and very organised and got all their paperwork in place, they're looking after themselves, they needn't be on Ritalin. Let me tell you, Pink, that's one way of knowing they're bluffing, is how they manage in their own lives, because we're empaths. We look after everybody else, not ourselves. It's silly. But the narcissism lives are really live shows you're doing are really teaching us a lot, like opening up our thinking.
Teaching me too. I don't want to come up as an expert. I do put time into just researching.
And you've got a good understanding from that.
I just try to present something that I'm familiar with, but I still learn along the way. Even tonight, just with subscribers and guests here on panel, that you all are teaching me also from your own experiences, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful for it. And
me too. I really am, because that's the only way I learn, is of other people and interesting conversation and interesting subjects. And I thrive on it. I love learning. And
if you told me, a few years ago or a year ago, Pink, you're going to start doing topics on narcissism, I'd be like, no, I'm not. It scared me. It's like those people, like, no, I don't want to touch it. I'd just rather they change or seek help. And boy, and I started learning from people who I met and became friends with on YouTube, who, and I knew nothing of it. And I listened, and, they would tell me their experiences, and they were very knowledgeable. And, and that's helped, you know, so I'm very grateful, and I'm not
Yeah,
afraid.
me too.
I'm not
And
afraid
how, and
to talk about it anymore.
no, and the support that we see in chat is phenomenal.
Hi,
And
Doris.
just
Yeah,
giving people a place to talk about it safely.
right.
And yeah, because I mean, when May talks about her sibling loss, I thought, oh my God, I had one brother, as I told you, well, I had one brother, but I've got my adopted brother, my legal brother. No, my not legal brother is my biological brother. I met a few years back. He's beautiful. But the other one, I knew I'd never see him again after my mother's funeral. There was no need for us to ever be in contact again. But
Mm-hmm.
he, growing up in that household with a tantrumous person that blamed me for everything, was shocking. But he was undiagnosed ASD, which, you know, that was, you just didn't, all of our neurological differences, people say, oh, what's all this autism now? And what's all this ADHD? And what's all this dyslexia?
Yeah,
We weren't diagnosed. Nobody in my family was officially diagnosed until recently. And so we all grew up struggling in our own way, and that just created havoc between siblings. But, you know, the fighting, but I was too scared to fight. I'm not a physical person. So he was, it was terrible. And listening to May with her sister, I
yeah,
think,
yeah.
you know, that's at a higher level. Like, she was physically actually able to injure her. My brother just wanted to. I could see it in his eyes. And there's one time as an adult that my cousins saw it for the first time, and they said, we'll never leave you alone with him again. Like, I thought, he's going to get up and kill me. They're just, you know, when they're, it's sad, but I feel for May having to go through that. And then look how she's triumphed with her kids. Just
Exactly.
magnificent.
Yeah,
And we can't break the cycle if we don't know what we're dealing with or how to go about it. So it's really important to have these conversations.
I
But
found it.
yeah,
I found it really interesting when we listened to that podcast, which I learned tonight, if I can remember it. Um, when there's a narcissistic mother, not a father, and you would think that the father would intervene in some way, and they don't.
no, yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I think I heard something on
But I
a
forget what she said about it, why that was, or did she
there.
address?
Well, I heard something similar on. I think it's she's Indian or Pakistani doctor. Someone in chat reminded me about her a few weeks ago, and I hadn't listened to her for a long time. And I had a list, Dr. Rani or Ramani, I forget. She does the narcissistic parent, and she's fantastic. She just says, nope, you were this and you were treated this way, and this is what it was, and she sort of just, so people say, God, I'm so glad you told me that. And I thought, oh, she's really harsh around it, but she actually isn't. It was just at the start. I thought, saying all these things
Oh,
so
that's Dr.
strongly.
Romani. Dr. Romani,
That's it. Yes, she
uh,
does quite. I
something.
quite.
Yeah, yeah. I've
Yeah,
come
she
across
does.
her too.
Well, hers. I think you'd be interested in her narcissistic parent one, because she just rattles it out very concisely and matter of fact. This is what they do. But during what I was going to say, during that, I remember someone in the chat, I think I read this long comment not chat, in the comments after, was saying that her mother was an empath and wasn't narcissistic, but the father was. But the mother enjoyed it because she was a bit in her own way. She wanted to be everyone's savior. She actually didn't want to fix it. She just wanted to be the one that came in and was able to say they're there to the kids and make a fuss and be like this perfect mother that was saving everybody. But she didn't really address what the issue was. And I can't remember exactly, but I think it's similar to what you're saying when today the lady was saying that the father doesn't do anything. There's something around how they fit together in some cases, but one's like the savior and one's the narc, but they both enjoy their roles. Does that make sense? But
Yeah.
it's not being addressed effectively. So I know I heard what she was saying and thought that was interesting. Some parents will enjoy being the savior and they're almost pretending to scoop it, like they're playing a role also in the thing. Anyway, I don't know what it was exactly, but it sounds to me the same as when the woman's the narc and the man doesn't step up and sort of fix it. Well, I have to say my daughter-in-law is, and my son doesn't fix it. He thinks she's great. That he's a bit of that savior too. He does. He will do anything for anyone except his mother.
Yeah, I want to look into that more because
Yes,
I struggle with that. It's very frustrating because I try to
it is.
imagine myself in that situation, and
Yep.
I've never been, so I can't really say. But even like after I lost my husband, even dating, you know, if I couldn't even imagine like my a boyfriend at that time
No.
telling me my kids were young, disciplining my children. But you know, it's that maternal instinct that you know you want to
Yep.
protect your kids. So do fathers not have it? That instinct? I don't know. It just frustrates me, and it's like, this is harming your children. Why aren't you stepping in? It blows my mind. It just,
Yeah,
you
I
can say,
agree.
oh, the wife's a narcissist. I don't care what she is. It's
Yep.
still
And
not right. It
it's
has
not
to be
right. No.
stopped.
And I
Because the
think
children
maybe
suffer. It's the children who become the victim, you know?
and with the woman that didn't what I guess that's what I'm trying to explain, how I read it was that the woman that won't step in and protect them, but she'll be scooping the kids up and they're their darling and making a fuss of them, but not really protecting them from the narc, has her own type of disorder that fits with a narc personality. That whereas she's
Yeah.
acting like the perfect mother, but she's not, because it goes on, life goes on. The next day the same thing will happen again, and the kids are being all nurtured and scooped up by mum, but they're not being protected from the behavior.
Right.
That's bizarre. And so that would be a disorder, you would think, if it's in a woman, because that primal instinct isn't there. And I'm the same as you. I didn't bring home, random boyfriends
Yeah.
until I knew that there was a possibility of an ongoing relationship. Or if as the kids got older, I just would meet. I didn't get picked up at home if I was going out. I would meet somewhere else and just, take my time. Probably because when I was young and single mum, I probably brought home too many boyfriends. I lessened that this is a good thing.
Yeah, and that's a topic all in itself for another
Isn't
time.
it?
Blended family.
Yeah, very much so.
I never wanted that. I never wanted.
No, me either. No, and you know that after the Brady Bunch, for many years, it was studied
God.
in universities, and the Brady Bunch, I forget what they called it, a syndrome or whatever, but there were so many second marriages, people thought it was fine to leave the husband and, oh, we can break up this family and just get in. And the damage that was done in blended families, because they weren't like the Brady Bunch, was phenomenal.
Yeah, my friends were in blended families, and that's what deterred me from it.
Absolutely, they were the worst.
Absolute mess.
Yeah.
And I remember my girlfriend saying, well, I bought a book. This is going to help. And I'm saying to myself, if you think that book is going to help, you're a mess.
No.
Come on. Like,
no. Yeah, I agree. It was just like not good. Anyway, Pink, thanks for having me up.
Thank you so much.
I've really enjoyed it. And it's made me think about like my grandmother, that the stories I heard. And my father was totally spoilt and emotionless, really. He was like, I don't know, I don't remember much, but it's just odd how it affected him, and my auntie the opposite. It was like straight away I thought, that's what it is. That's what was wrong with her. You know, it was everything that Jane May says and other people were saying. I could see it straight away. But yeah, so it's really good topic. Thank you. And
Yeah,
thanks to
it's always good
listeners.
to have you up.
Thanks. We'll talk soon. Hey.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Bye
Bye-bye.
there. Does anyone else want a link? Anyone need to get anything off their chest? Or I see there's some dialogue going on here in this chat. It's pinned at the top, but I can certainly stick it here too. There you go. Anybody, feel free. Got something to get off your chest? Want to talk about something that you recognize tonight through this discussion, as in Jenny did? It does make you think, you know, about our own family members or our you know, extended family members. And I think it helps. It brings closure a little bit. And I think, like I said, the more awareness there is, I think it helps with that closure. So makes it easier in a person's own recovery from being injured, you know, so to say, by a narcissist. I knew I wasn't capable of a blended family, dated, but no live-ins, remarriage after my divorce. Yeah. Yeah, I put my time. I mean, I dated at that time when my kids were young, not a lot, because it was always like, oh, can we go back to your house? I'm like, hell no, you know. And I put my efforts into just then raising my children. Forgiveness helps. A woman wrote a book who was Jewish and in Auschwitz learned to forgive all the soldiers. Can't imagine how, but it shows forgiveness can free you. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's that saying, it's like taking poison and expecting the other person to die, you know, and you're the one that's going to suffer, you know. For people who hold grudges, or I mean, I know people in my real life, you know, that hold grudges for decades, Sour milk, heart attack. I don't mind. It was a sudden heart attack. So yeah, forgiveness is a powerful thing. And it's not that you have to accept the person's behavior or give it, you know, validate, you know, oh yeah, it's okay, you know, you hurt me as bad as you did. But it's to help you move forward. Okay, so do you have your pencils? Because now there's a test. All right. There's a test on everything we learned tonight. Pop quiz. My ex remarried a total drunken idiot. Couldn't give them another loon to deal with. Yes, please always speak out against bullying. How's your concert going? What, my concert? At Doors of Perception. Thank you, Sour Milk. Thank you. Sour Milk, I know you've suffered some tremendous losses in your life too as well, and I'm so sorry for that. Okay, let me scroll. There we go. You can forgive, but don't need to have them in your life. Absolutely not. You don't. Jamie says, I've forgiven my siblings, but they don't know it. My mom asked me to forgive them, but stay away from them. Your mom knew. You're welcome, Sour Milk. It's good to have you here. So revenge, which I see a lot on channels, to me is wrong, and some should move on. Yeah, it never ends. It never seems to end, especially in the OG drama community. As long as new people are coming into YouTube and finding these communities, it just goes on and on and on. And it does, it will affect you. It's affected me often. And I, sometimes I have the stamina and sometimes I don't. But you've got to listen to your body too. When you don't feel good, it's time to definitely back away, take a break. Check your messages, please. Pinkley. You mean here or on my channel under videos? You mean my email? I'm so bad at checking email, but I'm getting better. All right, nothing in my email. Messages here. Oh, hold on. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Sour Milk. It's good to have you here. Nancy Drew, it's a song that never ends. All right, last call. Last call. If anyone wants to come up. Do you notice too, though, especially in the OG drama community, these people fighting all the time are like in their 30s. It's like, hello, like it's endless. It is. They've got the energy. I no longer. I don't have the energy, and it's just makes you feel lousy. It just does. It's draining. Especially all this crap going on with Betty Blowhorn and the protesters for this poor Quentin Simon, who's missing and presumed deceased. It's like they're in high school. It's worse than when I was. I don't remember high school being this bad. There's a song called "Bully" by Shinedown, and I sent it to her. To who? OG, original gangster. Yeah, it's supposed to mean, yeah, OG, old school, but everyone listened to Bully by Shinedown. Well, thanks, Jenny. Yeah, and I think too, when you're caught in the middle of um, being a victim, either online or in your real life, which I always say the real life is really should be your priority. It's hard to put things into perspective sometimes. I'm sure it's overwhelming, and it affects our mental health. And that's why, I truly promote people surrounding themselves with others who've gone through similar experiences. There's a lot of support groups out there that are online now. So I think one of the great things that evolved out of COVID was a lot of online activity, Zoom calls, even with our doctors. If it's just, a simple visit to discuss something, you don't even have to drive there anymore. But a lot of support groups are online now. So for those who don't have transportation, for example, and you have a laptop or a desktop, you can still get help. A lot of therapy is online, although there's some controversy about, face to face versus a Zoom. But I'll tell you, I've done the therapy through Zoom, never meeting my therapist in person, and she's been a tremendous help. So I don't have any complaints about that. You're too lazy or exhausted by my past to get entangled with most drama on YouTube. And even in your real life, I was one that struggled with saying no to people, you know. But I think it's okay. No, I don't think I know it's okay to say no if you just don't have the energy or to put out to help another person in the sense of overextending yourself. Or if someone asks you to do something and you can't because your plate is full or your day is filled, it's okay to say no. And that took me a long time to do because I felt like I would be like I wasn't good enough or caring enough. But it's okay to say no. Steph, you don't know where to start with finding good online therapy. Any good leads? Well, I started with my doctor, who had all the resources. He recommended someone to me, and I lucked out. I really enjoy my therapist. And I ended up, it was his recommendation. I was like, no, 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 I don't need it. I don't need it. And I took a chance, and it ended up being one of the best things I could have done for myself in a long time. So you can start with your doctor's office. I'm sure there are resources out there in your community. And if you find one and you don't like your therapist for whatever reason, you just find another one. A lot of people do that. Not everyone's a good match. Ladybug, you did therapy for a year by phone. Yeah, did you enjoy it? Pink, I think you should hold a 20-step program. Loneliness has gotten the best of me with ageism. I refuse to acknowledge any depression because fear it will spiral me down further. Am I crazy? I would think it would be more healthier to acknowledge it and try to work through it, but that's just me. Carry your son's pain and issues. I let them define who I was. Yeah, and that's another thing, Ladybug, don't let anyone try to define who you are. Anybody. You know who you are. And you've got to love yourself and respect yourself enough that when people try to do that to you, that's like, no. I think by now, at our points in our lives, especially as older people, I think by now we know who we are. Oh, okay, Rosie. Just don't discuss it with anyone. That's fine too. And I think too, as we age, we acquire wisdom, right? And I'm finding as I age, it's easier to let go of things that just don't matter to me rather than holding on to it. And it's called gaining wisdom. And it's just become easier for me to let go of situations that I know that aren't going to get me anywhere but grief, And that's with materialistic things too. I've always I used to always collect knickknacks and love to shop. And in the past 10 years, I've become more of a minimalist where it even that is a burden, to have stuff in my life. And plus, I don't want to give my family a lot to clean up when my time comes to go meet God. God willing. Pink, I meant to pro Jamie, but she's the victim for all the abusers. I know for me, with therapy, I enjoy it's behavioral cognitive therapy. And my therapy was like fast tracked. There was no tell me about your childhood. Now, this was just for me. It was, what's the issue? Let's let's dive into it and deal with it. And because I've been to therapy in the past where it was like, okay, tell me how your week was. By the time I told, and he was a psychologist, how my week was, my session was up. And those were $50 co-payments. But we'll talk about it next week. And then the next week would come. If I had a bad day the day before, by the time I got finished telling about the bad day, my time was up. And I never got to the issue I wanted to discuss. So I like how this therapy had worked for me. It was just get right to the point, and let's deal with it. It was like speed therapy, and that's what I needed. But that was what I needed. It doesn't, I guess, not work for everybody. Some people need to go back to their childhood. I don't think I do. But to me, it's more situational, what I needed it for, and it worked for me. Retail therapy can be fun, but then bogs down your house cleaning. I went to the mall yesterday. I was just like dragging my feet. I went all the way to the mall to go to this one particular store to buy a particular Christmas gift for a particular person. And out of all the stores in that mall, that was the only store that was closed. And I'm sure it's because they didn't have help that day. So I left. You began therapy since 1975 when you almost died, when 19 got so good at it, could fool any therapist. Interview them on the phone, see if you feel comfortable with them. And even word of mouth. Maybe you have friends or family members who have seen a therapist who are willing to, give their own review and see if they would recommend their own therapist to you. Yeah, doing the work yourself, that is the hard part. And my therapist, she was good. She was like, okay, we're going to talk in 3 days, and this is what you need to do. So when I talk to you, you're going to tell me you did A, B, and C. That's where my challenge was, being a procrastinator, and not wanting to face some issues that were situational. So it was like, okay. And if I didn't do C, but did A and B, I could be honest with her and not get criticized for it, It was like, okay, we need to make sure you do C now. Okay. So let's check in again. And, she was very good. She was very good. Yeah, Nancy, it was frustrating. That's my luck, though. I went all the way to this mall. It was crowded. The parking was a challenge. I almost parked in for pregnant women only. I mean, really. Come on. When I was pregnant, we had to walk. We didn't have special placards, parking spaces. Pregnancy is not a disability. Can someone please tell me why pregnant women now get a front parking space at the mall? We are a lazy, lazy society. I even today on my way home, I was away for the weekend. I can't believe how many people put up Christmas lights already. Christmas lights, not even Halloween. Halloween's tomorrow. Christmas lights. I haven't even gotten through Thanksgiving. They need the exercise. Yeah, I can't believe that pregnant woman. Jenny, is Australia the same way? You get the handicap parking, and next to that, you get the woman pregnant or with small children. I'm like, what? Whoever thought that up, I'm very disappointed. In my life, other people have caused problems. I'm more careful about who I'm around. Mom used to say I was too lazy to be a problem. Your mom sounded really fun. Halloween is tomorrow. We don't get many kids anymore. Not since COVID. It's really weird. Did you hear about that stampede in Seoul, Korea? That's awful. Awful what happened. It's called, so when you're in a crowd like that, it's called liquid movement. I learned, if I can remember everything, I learned it. And I loved physics. I loved physics in college. So liquid movement, it's all physics. Okay, so you get a crowd of people in a small space, and just the movement alone, it becomes like an ocean effect. Okay, and the force behind it as to why they call it like liquid. And the amount of pressure. So say, you're in the front of the crowd and you get all these people behind you. It's about 1,000 pounds of pressure on a person. That is why they suffocate. It's not necessarily means that they're trampled on, although some are. But the fact that you're being squished, 1,000 pounds of pressure, that's a lot. And I saw one guy, a journalist, who was talking about one of the doctors at the hospital thinks that alcohol could be one of the contributing factors to their deaths. It's not because they were beyond intoxicated. It's because when you drink, your body becomes dehydrated, which makes it more difficult to fight, to gain your strength, because alcohol causes dehydration. So I'm hoping that's what they meant. Pink Lady Luck, did you see my Halloween joke in one of your comment section? No. Can you repeat it? Rosie, that's horrible. No, your mother shouldn't have blamed herself. When I found out my son was blind in one eye, right? I had two choices. I could have looked at the glass half full or half empty. Okay? He could have been born blind in both eyes. And if he were, then he'd be just as much as a blessing. So I think it's a matter of perspective and how we look at it and think, it could have been a lot more worse. And my own son handled it better than I or his father did. I was okay. I mean, I immediately said, thank God it wasn't both eyes. But I think I questioned myself a couple of times, like, I took vitamins. I didn't drink, didn't smoke, but it didn't last long. I said, what? This is just how he was created, and it's okay. Why did the narcissist cross the road? Yeah, I've heard this one. They thought it was a boundary. Isn't it why didn't the narcissist cross the road? They thought it was a boundary because narcissists have no boundaries. All right, Denise. Why did monsters eat ghosts? That's a good guess. They taste like sheep. Denise is giving us Denise, they don't want to disappear. They cross other people's boundaries. That is true, Jenny. No, Rosie. Blessed to have a good mom. A lot of people don't have a good relationship with their moms. It makes me sad. Makes me sad. You're very fortunate. J May is fortunate. I'm very fortunate. Okay, well, I might as well end the live. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'll probably edit this video because we went beyond talking about narcissist who's a parent, which is fine, but I just wanted to keep, maybe just post it in case other people just want to listen to having a parent as a narcissist. It did open my eyes. I hope it opened up a lot of your eyes. I know some people said it did. But maybe we can, learn to understand this better and recognize it better and, let it fit in with part of your recovery for those of you who are victims of a narc. And I'll tell you, to be a parent, to grow up with a parent like that, my heart goes out to you guys because I can't imagine. I can't imagine any child being treated like that. Never mind an adult. It's bad enough. Can you imagine being a child and being treated like this? Yeah, Ladybug. Isn't it an amazing experience, journey, to be able to take care of your mom? Yeah. You're welcome, Jenny. All right, who's got a turtle with no legs? What's up with that? You're welcome, Sour Milk. Yeah, it's not easy, J May. Hardest thing I ever had to do. But I don't regret it. I think it was the most rewarding service I've ever done in my entire career as a nurse as well. That by far was the most rewarding in my life, the most rewarding. Go where you left it. Denise is on a roll tonight. That's funny. Where did you find a turtle with no legs? Where you left it. Oh my God. So, when I was at my dad's, you know how I always fed the squirrels and hung out in the back for my self in reflection, inner engineering time. And I miss that. I so miss that. So now when I go visit, I swear the squirrels hear my car because I go in the house, I go out the back door, and they are literally waiting for me, like on 2 feet, like with their paws, like begging. So I think the other day there must have been 12 squirrels out there, and they come up close to me. Um, and I feel guilty because I'm not there every single day now. And I am buying like bags and bags of uh, walnuts, crushed, like the baking walnuts, raw almonds, raw cashews, the little pieces. Oh my God. But I think I made some really awesome animal friends too. So, and the birds come in, and it's pretty wild in that backyard when I go there. Squirrel, no, doors of perception. Squirrels are not that smart. And I'll tell you why. Squirrels will take the nuts or the food that you give them, and you'll notice that they often will bury, the nut and cover it up, right? And like, they're going to save it for later on, which is very smart, but they forget where they bury their food. So they do. And squirrels also help help our world in the sense that they bury seeds, which often grow into trees. So we get a lot of trees from our squirrels. So that is very smart. We have them and they forget where the seeds go. And a lot of trees grow because of them. So they're cool. I like them. They get into bird feeders, but I believe you. Yeah, they do. They're very smart that way. Yes. And that's how some trees grow. Yes, absolutely. They do. Sour milk, they forget. They bury their treats, but they forget where they bury it. Something cool happened tonight. What, Denise? Is this a joke? You have loads of squirrels here. The squirrels that torments my dog every day at noon is smart, can tell time. Chipmunks, bunnies, squirrels, and birds. Yeah, over the summer, there were bunnies and baby bunnies, and in August, the beginning of August, there were baby squirrels. Isn't it amazing how food you go through? I think that the chipmunks remember the chipmunks. So the other day, there was one little chipmunk and tons of squirrels. The squirrels were chomping away and eating all the nuts. The chipmunk was pouching it. The chipmunk was the smart one because he's preparing for the winter. So the chipmunk was filling up it was funny because his pouches were so big by the time he was done gathering everything I threw to him. And he was the smart one. He's going to save his food. But the squirrels, they don't pouch. They just eat it. Chipmunks are little hoarders. They're cute. Each chipmunk goes to the same place each time to bury their stash. Yeah, they're smart little creatures. Yeah, we're waiting for Denise's punchline. I'm waiting for the day they fully trust me. Well, sour milk, you told me that you've got some critters in your backyard that come eat right out of your hand. And I saw a picture. So I saw the receipt. It is true. Rosie, get a ring light. Get a movable ring light camera and stick it in the window that overlooks your backyard. You pick up the chipmunks. Aren't you afraid they'll bite you? Have they ever tried to follow you in the house, sour milk? I opened the slider door over the summer, and one of the squirrels came in halfway because I guess I wasn't getting the bag of nuts quick enough. And I'm like, no, 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 you stay out. Not a joke at this time. Okay. All right, everyone. Listen, have a great Halloween tomorrow. Be safe out there. Don't eat too much candy. You'll get a stomach ache. You think one of them would come in. Wait till it gets colder, sour milk. All right. Thank you again, everyone. I appreciate you all being here. And the more you know, the more you know. Oh, you have birds singing at night? I hear it once in a while. I'll hear an owl at night. No birds at night, though. Yes. Thank you, lady. Happy Halloween, everybody. Okay. All right. Hope to talk to you all soon. All right. Sleep well. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Jamie, Dee Dee, and Jenny coming up. I appreciate that. It was good. It was good. We'll talk to you soon. Good night.